Ms. O'Donnell, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Maureen Hammis.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
My name is Maureen Hammis, Maureen Hammes.
How are you currently employed?
With the Davenport Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Davenport Police Department?
25 years.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and any training you've received for your position?
Yes. I graduated from Western Illinois with a law enforcement degree. I was hired by the police department in 1997. I attended the Iowa Police Academy, and then I came back and graduated from the FTO program. And then I became a patrol officer. I was a patrol officer for 10 years. And then 15 years ago, I became a detective.
So you've been a detective for 15 years?
Yes.
Do you work with a particular unit within the, Detective Bureau?
Yes, I am a special victims unit.
And what kind of cases does the Special Victims Unit handle?
Typically, we handle child abuse and sex abuse cases.
Specifically, over the last 15 years, have you worked a lot of cases, whether it's child abuse or sexual abuse cases involving children?
Yes.
And have you interviewed children as a part of your job?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how many children you would have interviewed?
I don't know how many, but it's been a lot of children.
Now, I want to clarify something we had heard earlier in this trial. Are you a certified forensic interviewer?
No.
Is there such thing as a certified forensic interviewer?
There's certificates for being a forensic interviewer, which I do have a certificate that I received back in 2012, where I took a 20-hour course in forensic interviewing of children.
So you have had training in forensic interviewing.
Yes.
And I believe you described it as a 20-hour course back in 2012.
Yes.
Because of that training, are you often asked to interview children that perhaps are involved in different types of cases, not even cases being handled by SVU?
At times.
Now, Detective Hammis, why did you go through that forensic interview training back in 2012?
Well, it was offered to me, and it was something that interested me, and it was also part of the unit that I was in.
Is there a difference in interviewing children versus adults?
Yes.
What are those differences?
There are many differences. Children sometimes don't tell everything right away. They don't tell things in a sequential order. They have a hard time remembering facts. They also don't understand time. They also sometimes give delayed statements and disclosures of things that happen. And sometimes they don't realize the importance of things unless you ask them specific questions or direct questions. And I just don't think kids know what you're asking them. And sometimes you don't understand what they are trying to tell you also, because their minds are different than an adult mind.
So sometimes they might be sharing details that make it difficult to understand what they're trying to tell you.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned some delayed disclosures of certain information. What do you mean by that?
Some things can be traumatic for children, and it's not uncommon for people that have been involved in something traumatic not to tell right away. They might piece things together differently. And like I said before, they don't understand the importance of something until maybe later.
Now, specifically with that last topic where they may not share or understand the importance of something, do you interview both, I guess, victims of crimes, children victims of crimes, and also children witnesses?
Yes.
Particularly with children who have witnessed an event. From your observations and based on your training and experience, do those children sometimes not always report the details they don't understand to be important?
Yes.
So I want to redirect our attention then to July 10th of 2023. 2020. Thank you. Were you working in the same position back on that date?
I was.
And at some point, were you dispatched to the Jersey Ridge Apartments for a report of a missing child, Breasia Terrell?
I was.
And did you make contact with a child we've been referring to as DL at that time?
I did.
Is it fair to say that throughout the entire investigation, from when Breasia was first reported missing to when her remains were located, you had a lot of contact with DL?
Yes.
At any point in time when you were speaking or having contact with DL, did he ever disclose to you that he actually saw Mr. Dinkins shoot his sister?
No.
Did he ever report to you that he saw a bloody machete?
No.
Did he talk to you about a very large knife?
Yes.
Okay. Going back then to July 10th, 2020, when you're at the Jersey Ridge apartment, is that where you first made initial contact with DL?
Yes.
And did you obtain a statement from him at that time?
Yes.
What was his demeanor like while you were speaking with him?
He was like any other 8-year-old child. He was carefree. He had a little dog that he was holding. He wanted to show me the puppy. He was just a normal kid.
Did he seem to appreciate the severity of the situation that was going on?
No.
And did you ask him questions about what had occurred the night before and that morning?
Yes.
Was he able to answer you to the best of his ability at that time?
Yes.
Now, at one point, do you recall asking him about who all he had stayed with the night before?
Yes.
And do you recall who he had reported to you he had stayed with?
He stated that he was with his dad, Henry Dinkins. He was with his sister, Breasia, and he was with his dad's girlfriend. He didn't know her name, and actually at one point he called for her to come over and asked her what her name was, which would be Andrea Culberson.
But he had spent the whole night with her and could not remember her name the next morning.
Yes.
Now, while you were there, were you a part of the detectives who would have executed a search warrant at Andrea Culberson's apartment on July 10th?
Yes.
While you were searching that apartment, do you recall locating any bleach?
Yes.
Do you recall where you located the bleach?
Underneath a kitchen cabinet.
And were you wearing a body cam during that time period?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did your body cam capture the moment when you would have located that bleach?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 157. Have you had an opportunity to review your body cam where you located the bleach?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate clip of the moment you would have located bleach on July 10th at Andrea Culberson's apartment?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 157 into evidence.
Ms. O'Donnell, we already have a previous Exhibit 157 that was added on Friday, I believe.
I apologize, Your Honor, that did not make our list. So this will be 159.
No objection.
Exhibit 159 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Before I hit play here, Detective Hammis, can you describe where this video is starting?
It's starting in the kitchen.
So Detective Hammis, from review of your body cam, the bleach you located, would that have been in the angled cabinet underneath the sink?
Yes.
Did you only locate that one bottle?
Yes.
And do you recall if it appeared full or anything about it?
I don't really recall that.
Now, at that time that you were searching this residence, had bleach been mentioned at all at that point?
No.
Was there any really reason at that point to document that you'd found bleach?
No.
Now, later that same day, did you conduct another interview with DL at the police station?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time that interview would have started?
Can I refer to my notes?
Would that help refresh your memory on the time?
Yes.
Make sure you refer to your notes.
You may.
The interview started at 3:48.
In the afternoon?
Yes.
Now, who was all present during that interview?
It was DL's mother, Aisha, and Detective Obert, and myself, and DL.
Now, what was the goal of this interview at the police station?
The goal was to try to find Breasia and see if he had information to help assist us.
So are you really just trying to gather facts and information at that point?
Yes.
Now, what was his demeanor like during this interview?
He was still the same, kind of carefree, just an average, normal kid to interview.
Was he doing anything in particular during your interview?
He had seen some Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse stuffed animals outside. We sometimes give those to kids. It makes them calm down a little bit sometimes if they're anxious. And he had picked out one, and then he had also picked out one for Breasia because he wanted to give it to her when she came home.
Now, was this interview recorded?
Yes,
And have you had an opportunity to review that interview as well?
I have.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 158-1. Is this a fair and accurate copy of the interview at the police station on July 10th of 2020 with DL?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer 158-1 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 158-1 will be admitted.
Detective Hammis, you had already spoken a bit with DL back at Andrea's apartment. Is that right?
Yes.
When you started your interview here with DL, did you get right into the questioning kind of right away, or how did you proceed?
I just explained to him that I wanted to talk to him. I was trying to find his sister, and I thought that he had probably some information in his smart brain.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Did you find some friends?
Yep.
Can I sit over here for you?
Yep.
I like them a few minutes. All right. So I know you've talked to a lot of people today, right? You remember talking to me earlier?
Yeah.
You remember what you told me?
No.
You don't remember what you told me? Okay.
No. I always forget stuff.
You always forget stuff?
Mhm.
Okay. But I think you can probably tell me some pretty important stuff. How do you spell your first name?
DETORIOUS.
Detorius?
MOSLEY.
And when's your birthday, hon?
October 28th.
2011.
And you're gonna be in third grade just like my daughter, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Just like mine.
Turn 9.
Is Detorius is that how, am I saying it right?
Detorius?
Yeah. You know what?
Or Dink.
Or Dink?
Dink.
My daughter's name is Tori, so I like that. Detorius. All right. Okay. So I know that I talked to you earlier, and Detective Overt also talked to you, okay? And I know that a lot's gone on within the day, and we're just trying to get some details out of this little brain, because I know this little brain is a good brain, okay? And I know it's a smart brain. All right. So I know that your daddy picked you up last night. Is that right?
Yeah.
Where did he pick you up from?
My nana house.
Your nana.
14 West 3rd Street from number 1.
Okay. And was he always just going to pick only you up? Was that what he was originally going to do? Just
Yeah.
pick you up?
Yeah.
And then what happened when Dad got there?
He told me to brush my teeth, and then my sister came. He said she don't mind if he come.
Did she want to go with him? Okay. And was Grandma there?
Yep.
What
My
Grandma-
nana told her don't go, and she went.
Okay, so she wanted to go. So Grandma said don't go, and she went.
Yep.
And what'd your dad say when Grandma said don't go?
All he said was, "Come on, let's go."
He said, come on, let's go. And where did you sit in that car?
Front seat.
Front seat? Now, which car was he in?
That black one.
That really cool one with the lion on the front?
Yep.
Okay. What kind of car is that? Camaro?
Yeah.
Okay. And did your brother, is it Cardell? Was he there?
No.
Did he want to go?
Yeah.
So was he there?
No.
He wasn't there when your dad picked you up?
Was he at my nana house?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, he was at my nana house.
Okay, so he was there when you got picked up, right?
Yeah.
And did he want to go too?
Yeah, but my nana said
Okay. Did your daddy say no too?
no.
Your daddy did say no?
My nana just said no. He just listened to my nana.
Okay. Did your dad say something about there was no room in the car for you?
Oh, he said there was no room for CJ.
So okay, so Dad didn't want CJ coming.
Nope.
Okay. All right. So CJ, that's Cardell.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay. So Cardell wanted to go, but your daddy said he couldn't go because there's no room.
Yeah.
And your grandma also told him he couldn't go.
Yep.
And he listened to your grandma.
Yep.
Okay. But your sister did not listen to your grandma, right?
Yep.
All right. Do you know about what time that was? Was that before dinner, after dinner?
It was after dinner.
It was after dinner that
Well, no.
Was it still light outside when you went?
Was Mommy home from work yet?
Yeah.
Remember going with your dad?
When you went with your daddy?
No.
Okay, so Mom, what time did you get off work?
I got work until 5:04.
Okay, so 5:04. So we know that you got picked up before then. Mom off. Were you aware that he was being picked up by Dad,
Oh, yes, I was aware that he was getting picked up.
but no one else?
No one else.
When did you find out that he was picked up by
When
somebody?
my mom had called and said, Henry said to make sure that you get the kids something to put on, I'm like, oh, okay, so who else went with him? And she was like, oh, Bree went.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, so I just picked both of them some clothes off, and I'm like, I needed to break anyways, and needed to pick up more hours.
Okay. So where'd you go right after Daddy picked you up?
We went to go get him some cigarettes, and then we went to his girlfriend's house.
Okay, and his girlfriend is who?
What's her name again?
Is it Andrea?
Yeah.
That's her name. Had you ever met her before?
Yeah.
Okay. When's the last time you saw your dad? Do you know? Before this day.
At the store, bookshop.
When was that? So just in passing, you've seen him? Like he didn't take you or anything? You just seen him? Does he say hi when he sees you?
No, he just gave me his eyes and tried to get his number.
Okay. Okay. So you don't see your dad on a regular basis?
No.
So were you super excited about going there today?
Yep.
Last night? I would
Because
be
he
too.
said he had the Xbox and a PS4.
Heck yeah, that's fun, isn't it?
Yep.
Right, I want to go too. All right. So, what'd you guys do last night?
Played again.
Where were you playing?
What was that playing? What game was that playing?
Yeah.
GTA.
that Grand Theft Auto?
Yep.
Okay. Number 5?
Yep.
And where were you playing that at?
In the living room.
Okay, who was in the living room with you?
Andrea.
Andrea, where was your daddy?
In the room with Bree.
What was he doing in the room with Bree?
So what did I say again, Mom?
Well, just think. Use your brain. What was he doing? Was he sleeping?
No.
Was the door open?
Yeah.
Door was open? Okay. Is there a game in there?
Oh, I just forgot he was playing the game with Bree.
He was what?
Playing the game.
What game?
It's a jumping game.
A jumping game? Okay. So he wasn't playing with you, he was playing with her?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you sad that he was playing with her and not you?
Yeah.
Okay, you were?
Yep. I was mad.
You were mad? Why were you mad?
Because he didn't play the game with me.
Okay. And so then, what'd you do after that?
We ate dinner.
What'd you have?
Pizza rolls.
Mm-hmm.
A sandwich.
Mm-hmm. What kind of sandwich?
Ham.
Ham sandwich? Was it like one someone made?
Me and my sister made it.
You and your sister made it?
Mhm.
Okay. And did you all eat together, or how did that go down?
We had to eat in his living room because he don't have a table.
He doesn't have a table, does he?
No.
So was everyone having dinner together, or just you and your sister?
We had me and my sister.
Okay.
Me and my sister had to sit in the living room.
And then what were they doing?
In the living room, talking and smoking.
Okay, so they're talking and smoking while you're eating?
Yep.
Okay. And then what'd you do?
We was playing the game for a little bit more, and then we went to bed. And when I woke up, I saw her feet kick me. And then I woke up, and then she was gone.
Okay. When you say you saw her, were you in the same bed as your sister?
Yeah.
And was that the room with the air conditioner? Okay. And where was your daddy at?
In the living room,
And where was he at in the living room?
on the air mattress.
With who?
His girlfriend.
Okay. When you went to bed, your daddy was on the air mattress?
Mm-hmm. And when I woke up, both of them was gone.
Okay. So let's talk about that. Was the door to your bedroom open or closed when you went to bed?
Open.
Open. Okay. And so do you know about what time you went to bed?
No.
You don't know? Okay. Your sister was on the bed though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what she was wearing?
Long white tee
Mm-hmm.
and some black shorts.
And some black shorts. Did you guys go to bed at the same time?
No.
Who went to bed first?
Me. I meant my sister.
Your sister went to bed first?
Yep.
And what'd you do?
Playing the game for a little bit longer. Then I went to sleep.
Okay. When you went to sleep, was your daddy asleep?
Yeah, I heard him.
You could hear him snoring?
Yep.
Does Andrea snore?
No.
You don't?
Oh,
Not,
I hear.
okay, so you could hear your daddy snore.
Yep.
Okay.
He loud.
He's loud? Okay. And then when you went to sleep, did you ever wake up at all in the middle of the night? Do you ever wake up to go potty or anything?
Yeah.
Did you do that last night? Okay.
I turned on the light and then I saw Bree was gone.
Okay. Did you go looking for her?
Mm-hmm. Me and my dad, when he got back, he told me he was lost. She
Okay.
was lost.
Okay. So when you woke up, was it light or dark outside?
Morning.
It was morning, so it was light up outside?
Yep.
Okay. So when you woke up, your daddy was gone. Was Andrea there? What did you ask Andrea where anybody was?
I asked her where she said she don't know, but they both left.
She said they both left? And what did she mean by that? Or how did you interpret that? Or like, what do you think she was talking about?
He got in the car. She got in the car with him.
That's how you took it? She said they both left? you took it as they both got in a car together and left. Okay? Did she say that to you, or is that just what you thought? That's what you thought because they were both gone? Okay, I understand that. Did you ever see your sister leaving the bedroom? You did? When was that?
At nighttime.
At nighttime? Were you in bed when you saw that? What did you see?
I saw her walk downstairs with my dad,
With your dad?
and then they shut the door.
Okay. Were you out of the bed? Or did you get up and watch them do that? Or how did that go down? Because from where that bed is, you can't see that. Or did you just see them leave and you heard it? Or how did that
I saw them leave.
You saw them leave? What did you see?
I saw them walk down the stairs.
Okay. You
And then
saw.
I heard the door open, because it'll make lots of noise.
Okay, so you heard. So I'm just looking at it from this way. I'm gonna draw. I'm not a very good drawer, okay? At all. Like, all right, so the stairs are over here. And then, I'm not very good. These are the stairs. I'm gonna do this. All right, and then I'm not very good at this. The stairs go all the way down here, okay? But up here, this is the windows, okay? And you don't. And there was an air mattress here, right?
Down in the living room.
Yeah, that's in the living room. And then we have couches, a couch here, right?
Yep.
And then we also have a couch
Here.
here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not very good at this. And then this is the kitchen area. I'm just going to draw like a kitchen table, even though there's no table in there. Right? And then back here is the bedroom, right?
Yep.
Okay. And here's the door to the bedroom. Okay? So you can't really see the stairs, right? You can't, right? Where did you see your dad and sister? In here.
Walking down the stairs.
From the bed, you can't see the stairs though, right? So you just knew they went down the stairs?
I peeked.
Whoa, you gotta tell me that. What'd you peek? What'd you see?
I saw my sister. They were walking down the stairs talking. And
Okay.
then they slammed the door.
Then they slammed the door?
Yep.
Did you hear your sister say anything?
No.
Was your daddy saying anything?
Yeah.
What was he saying?
He was just talking about cars.
He was just talking about cars?
How you gonna get more?
Okay. Was it dark out when you saw this or light out or something?
Why?
It was light out? Okay. Where was Andrea?
Looking in the front window and looking in the back window.
Okay.
Because she was trying to find both of them.
Okay. But when you saw them and you peeked, was it still dark outside or light outside?
Or
It was light outside? Okay. Are you sure about that?
well,
Did you go back to bed?
no.
What did you do?
I'm in the living room. She told me to go in the living room.
Andrea told you to go into the living room. All right. So you're saying you woke up.
Yep.
You said a couple things, and that's why I'm a little confused. You originally said you woke up and they were gone. And you told me that Andrea told you to go out to the living room at some point. All right. And then you also told me that you woke up because you heard them and that you peeked and saw them go down and Andrea was sleeping, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I need to know from your smart brain which way you remember it because it's a huge detail. Okay. It's a huge, and if it's light outside or if it's dark outside is a pretty big detail too. Because I know when Andrea told you to go to the air mattress, I know it was light outside. Is that correct? Okay. Because she said that too. Was she up? Or was she sleeping on that air mattress? When
She
you,
was up looking through back and front window for my mom. I meant my dad and Brie.
okay. And you said it was dark out or light out.
I said it was light.
Okay. When you say it was light, was it like when you're eating breakfast or like when it's
I couldn't eat breakfast. He didn't let me.
okay. What I'm trying to say though is when you get up and you say it's light outside, is the sun just coming up or is the sun out? Out. So when you peeked and you saw them leave,
The sun was out.
the sun was out. Okay, I get that. So you think it was early in the morning? Yeah. Okay. I wonder what time the sun rose today.
Me too.
I wonder if we can find that out. Hey Suri, what time did the sun rise today? Let's see if it says anything. I don't know how to use this watch.
Sun.
The sun?
Sorry, one more time. Sunrise was at 5:38 today.
5:38 today. So that is early.
Yeah, it is.
Sun rose.
It was pretty bright when I left out at like 7.
You told me he called you at 7:47.
He called me roughly around 7:47, but I was in mid getting dressed because I was like,
Something's wrong with his phone. That's why he can't hear the call.
Okay. So the sun is up at 5:38 this morning, and that's where you peeked and you saw them, correct? So you don't know if your sister was there all night or not. Is that correct? Because you were sleeping up until you peeked and saw your dad going down the stairs with them and slamming the door and talking about cars. Okay.
which that excites the kids because that's the reason why he likes to go over there, him and Bree.
Okay. So up until
He
that,
liked to go over there because of snacks. Like, all he got.
he did have some good snacks. He had some peanut butter crunches in there. I was like wanting to get some because those are good.
Did you look up there?
I sure did. I looked
There's a lot of
everywhere.
nice snacks.
Yeah, they do have a lot of
He
good
gave her
snacks.
Oreos. She said,
Oh, they were the vanilla Oreos, weren't they? I saw those on the ground.
She gonna ask mom. She said, "Oh, I'm going to trust him that again because he has snacks."
Yes. You know, we got a guy here we call Snacks because all he does is eat snacks all day long. We call him Snacks. Is that funny?
Is it him?
Me.
No. Sometimes I can be called Snacks because I'm always eating too. Okay, so we know at 5:38 you saw it was at least 5:38 because it was light. Okay, so once your daddy leaves with your sister, then what happens?
What happens?
What happened after you peeked and saw them walking down the stairs and the door slamming?
Andrea told me to go in the living room.
Where was Andrea at?
Looking back to front window.
So she was looking from each window?
Yep.
Okay, that's what she was doing?
Yeah. You
Okay,
can even ask her.
you can ask
She's
her.
gonna say yes.
Okay, and then what happened? Did you go to the living room? Did you
Yeah.
go back to bed?
I went to the living room and then I didn't go to bed.
Okay, and what'd you do?
I pretend I was asleep. I was trying to turn on the TV. She told me to turn it off.
Okay, and what was Andrea doing while that was going on? While you were pretending to sleep?
She was on her phone after she was working.
She was on her phone. Did your daddy have his phone?
No,
He
it was
didn't.
dead.
The phone was dead, so your daddy didn't have no phone at all, and he left with your sister. Okay, and then what happened?
And that's all.
Did your daddy come back?
Oh yeah,
And what happened when he came back? How was he acting?
he was acting silly.
What was he doing?
He was just yelling.
What was he yelling about?
About his juice missing.
About his juice missing?
Think he drank
It's,
his juice?
no, it was his orange juice.
Okay. Then, what else was he talking about?
Nothing else. Just his orange juice because he got mad. He was yelling at his girlfriend
What was
and
he?
me.
What
He said, "Who stole my orange juice?"
was she asking any questions to him? Did she ask him where he'd gone?
No,
Was he asking where Bree was at?
no,
No.
he wasn't thinking about that.
No, I'm asking about Andrea. Was she asking any questions? She wasn't. Did you ask any questions?
No,
No? Okay. So then what happened? Why didn't he feed you? Where'd you go?
I gotta go with my mom.
Why is that?
Cause he said she was cussing him out. That's why he said I gotta go back with my mom.
Okay. What was mom cussing him out about?
I don't even know what happened on the phone. When he got off the phone, all he said was your mom was cussing at me.
Okay. Did he say anything about where your sister was? Did you ask him where my sister was? I know that, who packed up the clothes?
To take him over to my dad's house.
Mm-hmm. No, those clothes that your sister had, that you had, that your mom brought.
Oh, my dad.
Your dad, he packed them up?
Mm-hmm.
He gave them to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I
And
can take him home.
so you could take them home? Okay. Was anyone asking where Bree was?
No.
Did your daddy drive you anywhere?
He went a couple places.
Let's talk about where your daddy went. Where did he go?
He went to go fishing with a couple people.
He went fishing?
Yeah.
Okay.
He went fishing.
Uh-huh.
He went fishing with more people. And
He went fishing last night?
Yeah.
With,
no, not in the last night.
I'm sorry, this morning?
Yeah.
He went fishing? Were you there?
Yeah, I was in the car.
You were in the car? Which car were you in?
That purple one.
Purple one?
Mhm.
Okay. So was this after you peeked and saw?
Yeah.
He went fishing. Who did he go fishing with?
He said some 6 people. 6 people he saw. Then he gave them $100
He gave them $100 for what?
for he can go fishing with them.
So he could go fishing with them? Where were you?
In the car, I had to sit in the car by myself.
You sat in the car? Did you see your dad get anything out of the car?
He complained he grabbed some bleach, and what I saw in his trunk, he pulled it out. It was a knife.
He had some bleach
Mm-hmm.
and a knife?
Yeah,
How,
bleach and knife.
what kind of knife?
It's some big knives.
So you saw him grab a bleach and knife out?
Yeah.
Where were you at when he
I
was fishing?
I was in the car.
I know, but
And
where was
when we
he?
went to his house, when we went back to his house, he forgot something. He went in the house to grab his big old knife, and then he put it in his trunk.
Okay. So let me talk. What color?
It's purple.
It's purple? Okay. Where did he grab that knife from?
His trunk.
His trunk?
And then he washed it off.
He washed off with what?
The knife,
Washed it off with what though?
some bleach, and some, a rag. He washed it off with a rag.
With a rag? Where was the rag at?
The car.
In his car? Okay. Do you know where he went fishing this morning? Do you think you could take me that way?
I don't remember that way.
What if I drove you down
It's
that
a
way?
long way.
That's okay.
I don't remember. I don't remember where he was at.
Okay.
Just
So
a place where he got stuck.
he got stuck? His car
He
got,
needed another push.
who helped push him?
The 6 people that he went fishing with.
So this morning, after your sister left, he came back and got you, and then he went fishing. Did you see his fishing poles?
He didn't have any.
He didn't have no fishing poles?
He bite it where he can fish with them.
He what?
He barred it where he can fish with them.
So he had the fishing pole?
He borrowed them from,
Yeah.
borrowed the fishing poles from other people?
Did you actually see your dad with fishing poles? Or did he tell you he went fishing?
He told me he went
But
fishing.
he left you in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you saw him with bleach and a knife.
Yeah,
Okay.
big knife.
A big knife. And he cleaned it?
Yeah.
Okay. What, did you ask him about that?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about, he went fishing. Did you see him go with people, or did he just get out by himself?
He got out by himself when he went down there. There was already 6 people down there.
That's what he told you. Did you see those 6 people? You never saw anybody.
He just told me there were 6 people down there.
He told you there were 6 people down there. How long do you think you were in that car?
Long.
How long?
I couldn't see the time.
Okay. Did it felt like forever though? After your daddy went fishing, where did you go?
He took me to my nana house. I mean, to go to her.
To meet your mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
By McDonald's in the parking lot.
Okay. Have you ever been to that area where your daddy went fishing?
No.
You've never been there before? Do you know where your daddy has a trailer?
It's at the shop.
I don't know. I'm just asking if you know any other place where your daddy lives. Do you think you would remember?
He don't have that house. He only has the house with his girlfriend.
Okay. Do you think that if I took you to an area, you might be able to say, yeah, I was down this way? Do you think you could do that?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. When he got something out of the truck, what, did you see everything he was getting?
All I saw was some bleach and a big knife in a rack.
What color was the rag?
Purple.
Purple? And the knife was purple? Was it in a case or no?
It was not in a case.
It was not in a case?
It was in nothing. He just poured it out.
How big was this when you tell me?
It was very big.
Show me with your hands how big it was. It was that big? Okay. And bleach. What was the bleach in?
It's in his trunk.
It's in
The purple trunk. In that car that he drove,
The burgundy one, the Impala, remember?
the Impala?
he have it in the back of his trunk. It's a big knife.
Okay. And was the bleach in a container or what?
It was in a container.
How'd you know it was bleach? You know about bleach?
I know how it smells.
Could you smell it?
Yeah.
Did he open it up there with you? No? How could you smell it? Or did you not smell it?
I can't smell it because he was down there and I smelled it
He was down
by the fishing.
by the fishing. Was it by the river or by a creek?
Water.
Okay.
Mm-mm. You know what telling the truth is, right?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Don't lie.
And what does lie mean?
You'll get in trouble.
Yeah, so are you telling us the truth? We're really trying to find your sister.
Yeah, I'm not lying.
Okay. I believe you. I believe you. So after the sun rose this morning, your daddy took you fishing. He told you he was going fishing. And then after you saw him go down there, he said there were 6 people that helped him. He said something about $100. What happened with the $100?
He paid for it.
Who?
My dad.
Paid for what?
The fishing pole.
Did you ever see the fishing pole?
Yeah.
Where was that at?
It's down by a car place.
Down by a car place. Did Dad put the fishing pole in the car at all?
Yeah, I was in his trunk.
It's in his trunk too? Okay. All right, just hang tight, okay? After you went there, your dad took you to Grandma's house. Is that right? Where'd he go?
My mom took me to the house. I could put the stuff on.
You met Mom at McDonald's, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did your daddy call your mom while you were in the car?
Yeah.
What did your daddy say to your mom?
All he told my mom was meet her at McDonald's.
Do you know what time that was, Aisha?
8:08.
It was at 8:08.
It's the time of the phone call, yeah.
So 8:08.
So probably like 8:13 to 8:15 because that's a little distance from like Checkers and McDonald's.
Which McDonald's are we talking?
East Kimberly.
Yeah, he's gonna be.
All right. Is there anything else you remember?
Just that.
Just that? But you think that you'd be able to say, yeah, it was down around this area where he was fishing. Was there roads down there? There was roads? Okay. All right, just hang tight, okay? Do you like those mini minis? I like them too.
My friend told me that my brother said that he had left my charger downstairs because like my phone had died and stuff. And
What kind of phone is that?
It's an iPhone.
Here, I have a plug. I'll plug it in.
Okay.
All right. I do have to lock the door, but okay.
Come here.
All right. So I want to show you a couple pictures, okay? Because they're of different types of knives, okay? Do any of these look like what you saw?
It looked like this one, but this down here is purple.
They look like this, but this was purple? Okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we are going to, take you, Mom, and you, and we're gonna drive down to some areas, okay? And it's gonna be us four. I'm gonna put you in the front seat, okay? And we're gonna go, looking to see where your daddy went fishing this morning, okay? Okay. Let me go put these back and we'll get out of here, okay?
So Detective Hammis, as Detorius was describing the events of July 9th into July 10th of 2020, he describes being picked up by the defendant and the situation in which Breasia ended up coming with him. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, once they got to Andrea's apartment, he describes playing Grand Theft Auto, right?
Yes.
And where did he say Breasia was when he was playing Grand Theft Auto?
In the bedroom.
And who was with her at that time?
His father.
And where did he describe that DL was playing Grand Theft Auto?
In the living room.
And did he describe what Breasia was wearing when she went to bed?
He said that she was wearing a white t-shirt and black pair of shorts.
And did he describe anything about the size of the shirt?
It was a 4T. It was a big shirt.
A big shirt?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, he talks about being woken up in the night. Do you recall him saying he saw Breasia kick him?
Yes.
Now, you two engage in a discussion about whether he saw Breasia leave the bedroom. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he described to you seeing Breasia and the defendant walking down the stairs. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you kind of went back and forth about whether it was light out or dark out at that time. Fair?
Yes.
Now he settles with it was light out at that time. Do you know if that parking lot by Andrea's apartment had street lamps?
It did,
And were those street lamps right by their windows?
yes.
Because initially, he told you that when he saw Breasia leave the bedroom, it was nighttime.
Yes.
And he describes Andrea going back and forth looking out the windows, right?
Yes.
And what was she looking for?
For his dad and Bree.
Now, when you get into the next morning, at some point, he talks about his dad going a couple different places, right?
Yes.
He describes he went to go fishing with a couple people, and then he went fishing with more people.
Yes.
Now, he describes going to a place where he said there were 6 people fishing, right?
Yes.
Now, to clarify, does DL tell you whether he actually saw anybody fishing?
No, he said his dad told him.
And he kept describing his dad went fishing down there. Is that fair? He kept using the phrase down there,
Yes.
that the 6 people were down there by the water.
Yes.
And he describes the place that they went fishing as a long way away. That
Yeah.
fair?
Yes.
And it's the place where he got stuck and he needed a push. Also fair?
Yes.
Now, again, when he's talking about the defendant getting stuck, was that something he described DL actually seeing that happen?
No, his dad told him that happened.
And at one point, he mentioned his dad offering to pay these 6 people $100, right?
Yes.
Now, you talk a lot about the knife that was described and some bleach. Fair to say?
Yes.
What does DL tell you about the knife and the bleach?
He says that it came from his dad's trunk and that he could smell it and that the knife was big. And he said it had a purple handle on it.
What did he see his dad do with the knife?
Clean the knife with bleach down by the water.
And again, he used that phrase, down by the water.
Yes.
Did he describe the color of the rag that was used?
It was purple.
Now, at that point in time when you're interviewing DL, was there any knowledge by law enforcement that the defendant had purchased bleach that morning?
No.
Do you recall when law enforcement would have found out about that?
I don't have that specific date.
But certainly not at the time that you were interviewing DL.
No.
Now, towards the end of the interview there, you showed DL 2 photographs. One that appeared to be an axe and one that appeared to be more like a machete. Is that fair?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because he kept describing a big knife, and those are 2 knives that are big. And so I had them printed off to see if this was what he was talking about.
At that point, did you have any information about either an axe or a machete being located in any of the vehicles or in the RV or anything like that?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 79, which is in this, has those inside it. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 79?
They're the 2 pictures that I showed DL.
And was he able to make an identification from these 2 photos?
Yes.
And is that what we just observed in your interview as well?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit 79 into evidence.
No objection. No objection.
Exhibit 79 will be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
So this was one of the knives that you showed DL, correct?
Yes.
And showing you him, this one here that appears to be more of an axe, was that the other one you also showed him?
Yes.
And of these 2, which was it again that he, I don't know how to do that the best way, but identified?
The machete style knife.
Again, towards the end of that interview, you told DL that you were going to drive him and his mother around to different locations. Did you end up doing that?
Yes.
Where was the focus of the area where you were driving that day?
Down by the river.
And why did you choose to focus on that area?
Because it was the water here in Davenport.
And so earlier during that interview, when DL was describing being taken by water, was there a thought that he may be describing Credit Island?
Yes.
At that point, was there any information that the defendant or DL had traveled anywhere outside of Davenport?
No.
And so then, who all participated in that? I'm going to call it a ride along.
Detective Obert drove. DL was in the front seat, and myself and DL's mother, Aisha, were in the back seat.
And would you have left that interview room and pretty much went straight out to a vehicle and started driving around?
Yes.
Now, while you were driving around, at some point, did you approach or drive by Schmidt Road in Davenport?
Yes.
What was DL's reaction when you passed that road?
He looked down that road, and then he said he remembered that road.
He indicated he had driven on that road that morning.
Yes.
When you drove on that road, or did you turn around and start going down that road at that point?
Yes.
At some point, did he again start to describe the area they went fishing?
Yes.
And do you recall what he described?
A hill.
Do you recall what he said about the hill?
I would have to refer to my notes to make sure.
Was that documented in a police report?
Should be,
And would reviewing that police report refresh your memory?
yes.
May this witness refer to her police report?
She may.
The report says Detorius then began talking about a little hill and somewhere where you would fish.
And was that something he just volunteered during that drive?
Yes,
He wasn't even being asked about that at that point?
yes,
Now, eventually, did all of you end up at Credit Island?
we did.
And while you were at Credit Island, is that where DL had identified some footprints kind of in a muddy area by some water?
Yes,
And do you recall what he said about those footprints?
that they were his dad's.
Now, that particular area of Credit Island where he pointed out those footprints, are there any hills in that spot?
No.
How would you describe the terrain there?
It's kind of a flat area. There are trees. It's down by the water line. There's a gravel parking lot that we pulled into, and that's where he said his dad had parked. And then his dad had got out and went to the trunk and then went down to the water. And he took us to where his dad went, he said.
You described trees being by the water line. The parking lot, that gravel parking lot there, are there any trees kind of right in that area where the parking lot is?
No.
So he would have had a clear view of that area.
Yes.
So all of that took place then on July 10th, the day that Breasia went missing, correct?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion then to interview DL again?
Yes.
And would that have been on July 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
As we know, and as of July 23rd, had Breasia been located?
No.
When you met with DL on the 23rd, where did you meet with him?
At the police department?
And how was his demeanor during this interview?
It was different than it was before.
How was it different?
He didn't want to talk to me really. He seemed a little guarded, and he had told me that he was tired of talking to people.
Did he appear frustrated?
Yes.
So he was no longer this carefree kid that you had seen on July 10th.
Correct.
At some point during the interview, or at various points, does he cry?
Yes.
Do you know why he was crying?
I believe he was frustrated.
Now, was this interview recorded as well?
Yes.
Who was all present during this interview?
It was just me and Detorius.
Now, is it typical to interview a child more than once?
It depends on the situation.
And what do you mean by that?
Typically, if you're doing like a forensic interview with a victim, who is the actual victim of a crime, you typically want to try to interview them only once. And the reason for that is because it can be traumatizing to a victim to keep asking them. Plus, it's their story to tell. You're trying to find out from them what happened to them. So they can tell you their story if they want to.
Is that different than when you have a child who may have witnessed something?
Yes.
How so?
A lot of times children may not know what they have witnessed. Sometimes if you have a traumatizing event or something, once they realize maybe something is traumatizing, children can provide information that they didn't tell you before. Children's minds can be fragmented also. They don't always remember everything in sequential order. And sometimes once time passes, they remember other things.
Now, as of July 23rd, had law enforcement also obtained more information in terms of their investigation?
Yes.
Had efforts been made to obtain surveillance video from all over?
Yes.
And at that point, had there also been some cell phone location information that law enforcement had obtained?
Yes.
And so, having all of that information, why did you want to speak with DL again?
We wanted to find out if he had any other information to give us reference finding his sister.
And at this point, had you actually observed the defendant and DL together on various surveillance videos?
Yes.
And when you interviewed DL on the 23rd, at that point, was there information about the defendant purchasing bleach at the Clinton Walmart on July 10th?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 158-2. You mentioned that the interview with DL on the 23rd of July was recorded. Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
And is this exhibit a fair and accurate copy of your interview with DL on the morning of July 23rd?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 158-2 into evidence.
No objection.
That exhibit is admitted.
Judge, this video, this interview is approximately 47 minutes long. I don't know if you want to take a break before that or just keep plugging through.
We will take a break before playing that video. We'll be in adjournment until approximately 11:15. Thank you.
Okay, well, there's a few questions I would wish they would have asked, but I expect the defense will probably ask those, particularly was the spot where DL said that his father went fishing and identified footprints, the same place as where the bones were found is the key question. And I taking that it's probably not the same spot if they didn't ask. So interesting. So let's see, what have we got in the news today? Oh, here we go. The sentencing for Quanisha Johnson. Let's watch that since we were kind of dipping in and out of that last week during breaks.
Photographs of abuse to your minor child by the victim in this case. On the day of the incident, Ms. Johnson, I believe that you took all the necessary steps to ensure your safety after Mr. Smith had threatened to inflict bodily harm upon you. And it does not matter that you stayed out all night, or even if you stayed out for a week and leaving your children with whomever. That does not constitute that somebody would threaten you with serious bodily injury. Ms. Johnson, you called the alarm company, you called local law enforcement, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And when law enforcement arrived, they allowed you, the 2 people in this situation, to go into the home unescorted without any cooling off period, which resulted in the loss of Mr. DeMonte Smith and resulted in your conviction for voluntary manslaughter. So when considering the aggravating and mitigating circumstances of this case, the court is required to impose a sentence that is sufficient, but not greater than necessary. So Ms. Johnson, I will sentence you as follows. As to voluntary manslaughter, I will sentence you to 20 years to serve 10 years in confinement. The first 5 years of those 10 years to be served in prison, and the remaining 5 years to be served as home confinement. The remaining 10 years of the 20-year sentence will be served on probation. Special conditions of the 5 years of home confinement is that you must be fully employed. You can only leave your house for work, medical appointments, school, and for minor children, school appointments, minor children's therapy appointments, and minor children's school-sponsored activities. The hours of your work, school, and medical are only to be between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., and there is to be no one at your home at any time during the duration of your sentence who has a felony conviction. As to count 3, the aggravated assault, it will merge into count 2, voluntary manslaughter by operation of law. As to count 4, aggravated assault, I will sentence you to 10 years to serve, to run concurrent with count 2. As to count 5, the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, I will sentence you to 5 years to serve consecutive suspended. As to count 6, cruelty to children in the 3rd degree, with the victim being Nyla Clark, I will sentence you to 12 months of probation to run concurrent with count 2. Special conditions of probation is that the minor child is to see a licensed therapist, counselor, or psychologist twice a month for 12 months. And that you are to attend and successfully complete parenting classes for 12 months. As to count 7, cruelty to children in the 3rd degree with Nuri Clark, I will sentence you to 12 months on probation. Conditions of probation, special conditions of probation are that that minor child also is to see a licensed therapist, counselor, or psychologist twice a month for 12 months, and that you are to complete parenting classes. I will sentence you under the First Offender Act, and I need to advise you, Ms. Johnson, of your rights post-conviction. Ms. Johnson, you have the right to seek post-judgment relief from your conviction of the crimes of voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the third degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. By either making a motion for a new trial in this court and/or filing an appeal to a higher appellate court. If you want to file a motion for a new trial or appeal, then you would need to file the said motion or notice of appeal with the Clerk of Superior Court of this county, DeKalb County, within 30 days. You may want to more fully discuss this with your attorney. If a motion for new trial is made and the court denies it, you will have 30 days from the filing of the order of denial in which to file with the clerk of court your notice of appeal. Ms. Johnson, you have the right to have an attorney represent you on the motion for new trial at the first level of direct appellate review. And if you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court will provide you an attorney and a transcript of your trial at no cost. Ms. Johnson, in a felony, you have a period of 4 years from the date of your sentence in this court. And this court becomes final to file a habeas corpus petition. And with the misdemeanors, you have a period of 1 year from the date of your sentence in this court becomes final to file a habeas corpus petition. Do you have any questions for the court, Ms. Johnson?
I don't.
Okay.
Judge, would you explain to Ms. Johnson what it means to be sentenced on the first offender?
So, Ms. Johnson, under the first offender statute for your sentence, so in this matter of the state of Georgia versus Quenisha Johnson, the defendant has requested a sentence under First Offender Act. The court has approved that request and will hold adjudication and will hereby impose the following terms under the First Offender Act, which I have placed on the record. Ms. Johnson, if you as a defendant sentenced under the first offender violate the terms of this sentence, the court may enter adjudication of guilt and proceed to sentence you to the maximum sentence provided by law in this matter. And I believe that is the maximum sentence would be 20 years to serve in custody for voluntary manslaughter, up to 20 years to serve in custody for count 4, the aggravated assault, 12 months in custody for counts 6 and 7, separately for the cruelty to children in the third degree, and 5 years to serve consecutive for the possession of the firearm during the commission of a felony. However, if you are so sentenced, you will be, however, in this case, you will receive credit for the time that you have served. And if you successfully complete your sentence under the First Offender Act, you will not have a conviction for the crimes in this case. I believe I explained.
That's in your. And then I just want to make sure Ms. Johnson gets credit for the time she had served when she was initially arrested, and then the rearrest on a grand jury arrest warrant.
Okay. Do you know those dates, Mr. Sterling?
I know it's approximately 62 days.
I believe that's correct, Judge, and I can send Ms. Green the exact dates.
Okay.
And one more motion from the defense, Your Honor. We are going to move forward with an appeal in this case, so I would request at this time that Ms. Johnson be granted an appeal bond and be allowed to stay out on the current conditions, the current bond she has. The current bond conditions and bond that she's posted be allowed to stay out on an appeal bond pending our appeal of the verdict and sentence in this case.
What are the current conditions of her bond?
She's got a $40,000 bond that was initially set on the arrest of Alice murder and the cruelty to children. And then she, Your Honor, had her post an additional $5,000 bond on the grand jury arrest warrant. And currently, Judge, the initial conditions, and I don't think they've been modified yet, but we sort of consented to it, was that she could be initially she couldn't be talked to her children, the ones who were witnesses to the incident, but we kind of agreed that she should be reunited with her children. I believe those were the only conditions of the initial bond.
I did not place her on house arrest.
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may the state be heard on the appellate bond?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would object to the appellate bond in this case. Specifically, the jury found her guilty not only of a crime, but of a taking of another person's life, of killing of another person's life in this case. And I understand Mr. Sterling's argument is that she should be reunited with her children, but Mr. Smith will never be reunited with her children, with his children. And I understand Mr. Sterling's argument that they are going to file an appeal in this case. But the jury, as it stands now, has found her guilty of voluntary manslaughter. So the state would be asking for remand to start today, as it stands.
I will allow Ms. Johnson to remain out on the bond that she already has for, as you file an appellate. Well, I will allow her to remain out on the bond as she file an appeal in this case. However, there are going to be additional conditions to that bond in terms of she would need to be on house arrest during the pendency of this. Conditions of the bond are that she can only leave to and from for medical appointments for herself or with the children, and for therapy for the children during the pendency of this, as well as Mr. Shaw, I understand the state's position that the state is opposed to any appellate bond in this case, but given that the court is going to allow her to remain out on bond during the pendency of the appeal, are there any special conditions that the state would like the court to add?
I believe, Your Honor, we would like Ms. Johnson to remain in the state of Georgia, remain on house arrest, and we would defer to the court regarding any other conditions, and no firearms or weapons.
Obviously, no firearms, no weapons, no contact with anyone with a felony conviction, and she must remain in the state of Georgia during the pendency of this appeal.
And I know Ms. Johnson's actively looking for employment. She lost the job she had when the state arrested her on the grand jury arrest warrant. So the only other thing I would ask, Judge, is that she be allowed to go to job interviews and seek employment while she's out on bond. And obviously to meet with her attorney.
Yes, I will allow her to do that. Any job interviews would need to be between the hours of 8 a.m. to between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
Monday through Friday.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, we're in recess.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, well, that punishment was rather a joke, in my opinion. I mean, home confinement, for a lot of people, it's like, oh, great, I get to stay home and watch, movies. Not impressed with home confinement, and she's out on bond pending the appeal, and as long as she can drag out the appeal process, she doesn't get punished. I hope they're not counting the home confinement towards the incarceration part of her sentence, that it's towards the part that's supposed to be home confinement afterwards. I don't know. It's a joke. Okay, so let's go back to our thing, and I'll take a look and see what else we've got in the news today. Looks like we've got a video with Michelle after talking about Lexi Treviso and mothers who kill their babies. That ought to be interesting. It says storm brewing in, looks like in the Gulf of Mexico. That ought to be fun. There's somebody who says they've got Letitia Stuck exclusive prison calls. June 2023. When was the conviction? Well, here's an article which says convicted child killer Letitia Stuck removed from Colorado prison, sent to Kansas. Okay, so the trial ended in June. It's hard to keep straight the dates. So I might take a listen to that and see if it's kind of exclusive content or not. And possibly use that as material during lunch later if it looks good. Got an upcoming video. Somebody says Koberger wants cameras out. Yeah, of course he wants cameras out. Most of them do. Chad Daybell seemed okay with it. We'll see as his trial gets closer if he changes his mind. Let's see, what have we got over? Hey, people are calling Twitter X. They've changed their logo, but they haven't changed the name of their website. So it's still... Somebody's asking, that Quenisha Johnson case is insane. How is she supposed to find a job after serving 5 years? A lot of people who serve time do. Seems to be a lot of sympathy for her. I mean, didn't they listen to the sentence? She got 10 years, 5 of which is supposed to be a confinement, 5 of which is home confinement, but then she's going to start out with home confinement. So which end of that equation is it coming off of the home confinement end of the equation or the incarceration end? Let's see what else we've got on Twitter.
Detective Hammis, before I start playing this video, do you recall approximately what time this interview would have started?
Can I refer to my notes, please? To my reports?
Well, if the video itself says 9:13 a.m., would that be fairly accurate?
I believe so.
Okay.
Can I have 2 pens?
Well, you can play with those pens. I need those pens,
I
though.
want one.
Okay. Hey, Tutorius.
Oh.
I want to talk to you. Can you look at me? Can you look at me? Okay, before I talk to you, I want you to take all that stuff off. You don't need that on your face. You don't need the sunglasses on. I really like the Ray-Bans, though. What's in your bag?
Nothing for
Nothing.
you.
Nothing for me. I like it. Is that new?
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay. So this is the deal. Before I talk, I've talked to you a couple times, right? Before I talk to you, I want you to know that what happens in this room is between you and me. Okay? Can you look at me? And do you know the difference between a truth and a lie? What is that?
Do you have a LG charger?
No, but why don't you put that away so I can talk with you, okay? So do you know the difference between a truth and a lie?
The truth is you tell the truth. The lie means you tell the lie.
Okay. And what's a lie?
You don't tell the truth?
Okay. Okay. So we're not gonna lie in here, right? Because I don't think you've ever lied to me, right?
No.
Okay. And I want you to know that you are safe in here. Anything you say, okay? And I don't care what you say to me. I'm gonna believe you, and I'm not gonna get mad at you.
You are.
What?
You get mad at your kids sometimes, I bet.
Well, when they do something wrong, but we're not doing anything wrong here. What I want to talk to you about is the day that you went to your dad's house, okay? And I know that a lot of people have talked to you about it, but the only thing I'm going to talk to you about is what you remember, okay? I don't care what everybody else has said to you. You look at me, okay?
Yeah.
I want to talk.
You recognize you didn't see anything else about the hair.
Did you get it cut? Is it getting long? What's the deal? Did you get sides cut, didn't you?
No, I got sides front and back cut.
And your eyes are so pretty, aren't they? Yep, you look good.
They said her eyes are brown. Her eyes is hazel.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'd like to talk to you about that day, okay? Okay. And I want you to know, do you know where your daddy is right now?
Where?
Do you know?
In jail.
Okay. So you know you're safe from your daddy, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That bum.
That bum, okay. And do you know that your mama loves you?
Yep. That my mom.
That your mom loves you?
Yep.
Okay, good. And do you know that everyone just wants to find where Breasia is, right? Yep. Including you, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I want to talk about that day. Can I take you?
My mom woke up. She said, how come your own mom don't know where your daughter's at?
I know that's a sad thing, right? I think so too. So let's take you back. Can you shut your eyes? Can you shut your eyes? All right. Let's talk about your dad picking you and your sister up that day. Okay.
Oh, he's so ugly. That's what he gets. That's why he's gonna stay in jail for his whole life.
Okay. So where did your dad pick you up?
Yeah, he picked me up at my nana's house.
At your nana's house, and what?
614 West 63rd Street, phone number 1. Remember?
Okay. Yeah, I do remember. And what did he pick you up in? What kind of car?
That black one.
The black cool one. Okay. And
then when he dropped me off, he used that purple one.
Okay. Well, let's talk about where he dropped you off at.
My mom was coming to get me. He dropped me off on my toes.
Okay. So let's talk about your daddy picking you up, and you went at the grandma's house, 614 West 63rd Street. And who was there at the house when you went there?
His girl.
No. At your grandma's house. Who was
Oh, me?
Mhm.
Henry.
there?
My sister.
Which sister?
Bree.
Is she the only sister you have?
No, that's my sister.
Okay, so Bree's there, and who else?
CJ.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom was at work.
Okay.
And my nana was there.
Okay, and what happened?
My nana told Bree, don't go with him. Because she was afraid that he was going to do something to her. So she told her don't go with him. And she went.
Okay. So she was allowed to go. Did CJ want to go?
No, yeah. But there was not enough room.
Okay. Did your daddy say anything like CJ couldn't go?
No, he said that he can go some other time.
He could go some other time. Okay.
But he's in jail right now, so how are we supposed to go the other time? Go to jail? Go inside jail?
I don't know. So when you left there, where did you go? I know you went somewhere. Where did you go?
To his friend's house.
Who's his friend?
I don't remember their name. But he left us in the house.
He left you in the house?
Me and my sister.
He left you and your sister, and then where did he go?
Outside.
He went outside? Did he leave in the car?
Yeah.
He did? Who was inside the house with you?
There was two women and one man.
2 women?
Yep.
And 1 man?
Yep.
And do you know who the women were?
They were just black.
Black girls? Were they older, like your mommy's age, or were they younger?
Younger.
Younger than your mommy? Like how young?
Probably like 6 or 8.
6 or 8, so like your age. So 2 black girls.
Yep.
2 young girls. Okay. And what about the man? Was it a boy or a man?
It was a man. It was a grown up.
It was a grown up, and you don't know what his name is?
No.
What did you do in that house?
Playing a game.
What game were you playing?
GTA.
Oh, you like that game, Grand Theft Auto. And what was your sister doing?
Playing some stupid game Wii.
A Wii game?
Yeah.
And
you know that game Wii.
I do know. I actually have a Wii. So where are you playing the GTA at?
In the living room.
Okay. Do you remember what color the house was?
No.
And where was your sister playing the Wii at?
In the back room.
Back room?
Yep.
Do you remember what the house looked like? It was an actual house?
Yeah. It was actually like a house.
When you got there, how many people were in that house?
A couple.
Okay. Did any of them leave with your daddy?
No. He just went by himself, and then he came back, and then he told me and Bree to come on.
Okay, so he left. How long do you think he was gone? Was he gone a while?
Yeah.
Like, was he gone for over an hour?
Yeah.
Okay. And then where'd you go from there?
To his house?
Okay, did you stop anywhere on the way to his house?
No.
Okay. When you got to his house, was there anyone at his house?
His girlfriend.
Who's his girlfriend?
Andrea.
Okay.
Ain't
And
Andrea chill too?
what?
Ain't Andrea real too?
I don't know where she's at. So you go there, and what happens when you go to Dad's house? What are you doing?
That's not my dad.
Okay, what would you do at Henry's house when you first got there?
I played, you know me, I always play GTA. I was playing
Okay,
GTA.
where were you at playing
In the living
GTA?
room.
Living room, and was anyone with you in the living room?
Yeah.
Who?
Andrea.
Was she playing?
No.
Well-
She was sitting down on the couch on her phone.
She was sitting down on the couch on her phone?
Yep.
Okay.
And
And
Henry was in the back room with Bray.
Henry was in the back room with Bree. What was he doing back there?
Watching her play the game.
Which game?
Fortnite.
Okay. How long did you think you played?
Pretty a while.
Okay. When you are playing a game, are you paying attention to anything but the game?
No.
I
All I
didn't.
do is just drive.
So if your sister was doing something in that back room, would you know what she was doing?
No.
You wouldn't know.
No.
Okay. Do you remember if the door was open or closed?
Open. I said close.
Okay. Are you sure it was open?
Yeah.
Okay. Where was your sister sitting or laying, or where was she?
She was in the back. Where was she laying?
Or where was she in the room when she was playing the game?
In the bed.
On the bed. Where was your daddy at?
Standing up.
Standing up where?
In the back room.
In the room?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say you play for quite a while, is your daddy standing the whole time, or does he do something else?
He spends a little longer, and then he goes get us something to eat.
Okay. And then what? Did you talk to Breasia at all?
I couldn't.
Why not?
Cause I was about to wake up I was about to wake me and her up and we was about to talk to each other, but I recognized she was gone.
Okay. So let's talk about, you are playing Grand Theft Auto in the living room. Andrea's in there, and you said your dad is in the other room with Bree.
Yep.
And so you guys are both playing games, and then it's time for dinner. And what's made for dinner?
Pizza rolls.
And who makes those?
My dad.
Your daddy does?
There's pizza rolls. We had he made a ham sandwich.
Okay.
What is it? With bread and cheese?
Ham sandwich?
No, bread and cheese.
I don't know what that is.
Grilled Street.
Oh, he made grilled cheese too?
Yep.
Okay.
And we also ate you smush them down like
Hamburgers?
yeah.
Yeah.
Hamburger.
He made all that?
Yep. We
Oh.
ate 5 things.
You had 5 things?
Yep.
Okay.
He told us we can't eat until morning.
He told you what?
After we ate that, he said we can't eat until morning because
Okay.
we ate all that food.
Where'd you eat that food at?
In the living room.
Okay.
Me and my sister did.
What
Because he
did,
didn't have a table.
and what did your daddy and Andrea, where were they?
We went to sleep.
No, when you were eating.
They were eating 2 on the couch.
They were eating 2 on the couch? All of you were on the couch eating?
Not together, no.
Okay.
Me and my sister was on this couch, and then them 2 was on this couch.
Okay. They were on the little
And
couch?
then when they were sleeping, they were sleeping on the air mattress.
Okay. Let's talk about after dinner. What happened after dinner?
We had to go to bed.
Did you play more games?
No,
No, after dinner
but I
you
didn't want to get in trouble.
didn't want to get in trouble. Did you guys have did your mommy come at some point?
Yeah, I just got myself some clothes.
Okay, because you guys didn't have clothes? Okay. So did you see your mommy? Did you go down and see her, or did you see her somewhere else?
I seen her through the window.
Which window?
The front window.
Which is the front window? Is that the one facing the parking lot or facing the
In the back room.
in the bedroom? Okay, so that's the front.
That's the back window, and then this one is the front window.
Okay.
There go the side window.
Okay. So who goes down and gets the clothes?
my sister.
Okay. Do you remember what your sister was wearing that day? When you guys got picked up?
Ask my mom, I have no idea.
Okay.
She have a picture of it.
Do you remember what you were wearing?
I was wearing some jeans
Mm-hmm.
and a white tee.
Okay. So after dinner, you said you didn't play any games. Okay. What happened after dinner?
You had to go to bed. No, we did a little firework, and then we had to go to bed.
Okay. Did you take a bath or a shower?
Bath.
Okay.
My shower. He didn't watch us.
He what?
He didn't watch us.
Okay. So who took a bath first?
Me. I took a shower.
Oh, sorry. You took a shower first?
Yeah.
Okay. And
But then my sister took a shower too.
what clothes did you put on?
Some shorts
Mm-hmm.
with a long white tee. At first, I had on the Henry white tee.
Henry's white tee?
Yep.
Okay.
You can smell her white tee because she had it on, and it's not washed. It's still at his house.
It's still at his house? Whose?
Henry's. Henry, big white tee.
Yeah.
The one that my sister wore is still there.
It's still there? How do you know that?
Because she took it off.
Okay, let's talk about that. So she took a shower?
Yep.
Okay. And what did she...
You're confusing me.
I'm not. I'm just asking you from here to here to here what's going on. So you took a shower first? I don't know. So you took a shower first, and then she took one. And what did she put on?
You got...
Do you know what she wore?
No.
Do you remember what she wore to bed?
No.
What's with the white t-shirt?
Oh yeah, she did wear a white tee, and then when she got up, she changed her clothes, and my mom got the clothes and the shoes that she got on.
Okay. So after you took a shower, you guys went to bed. Where did you guys go to bed? Oh, I have one more question. Did you guys use a towel to dry off?
Yep.
What color was the towel?
White.
White towel? Where did
If you saw the muddy towel, that's what my sister wiped her feet off of. Muddy towel. Muddy towel.
Why did she wipe her feet off of that?
Cause she stepped in she was walking and she stepped in the mud barefoot.
When was that?
When we went outside to do a firework. She stepped in.
Was that a little towel or a big towel?
It's just like this.
So not a big like towel for your body.
No,
Or
we
like
dried off with a big towel, but we washed off with the same towel.
Okay. And that was a white towel too that you dried your body on?
Yep. You said two.
Two? Where would those white towels be?
In the bathroom.
In the bathroom?
Hang up on the that little thing that you hang towels up on up there.
Like the shower curtain?
Yeah.
Rod?
Yeah.
That's where it should be?
Yep.
Was there just one towel or was there more than one towel?
There was my dad towel, his girlfriend towel, and me and my sister towel.
So there's at least four towels in that bathroom? Were they all the same color?
No.
No.
Two is red and two is white.
So two red and two white towels?
Yep.
Okay. Did your dad or Andrea take a shower that night?
No, they had to be funky.
They had to be funky? Okay. So after you took a shower, did your dad give you those white tees or who gave you those?
My dad.
Where did he get them from?
His closet.
His closet? Did you bring pajamas?
Nope.
Did your sister have pajamas?
Yeah.
But she didn't put those on? Because he wanted her to wear that?
Yep.
Okay. So then did you go to bed right away or something else?
And then that's all.
Okay. So which bedroom did you sleep in or where did you sleep?
In that one weird bedroom.
What?
That bedroom?
The only bedroom?
The bedroom that's in the back.
Okay. With the air conditioner?
Not in the front, not in the living room.
Not in the living room. So you slept in there. Was your sister with you?
Yep.
Okay. And where were you sleeping?
At the bottom.
At the bottom?
And she's right at the top.
Okay.
And kicked me. I said, ow, Bree.
Okay. Did you both go to bed at the same time, or did someone go to bed first?
You know, my sister, she always go to bed first.
Your sister went to bed first, and then what about you?
I'm just sleep fourth.
You went to sleep fourth? You were the last one to go to bed? So what was everyone else doing?
You were go night night.
Okay. Do you remember what your daddy was wearing?
So when he got up, some raggedy gold shoes, and it looked like. What color was the shirt? Black. And his shorts was blue.
Blue shorts? And
Yep.
he had a black, did he have anything on his head?
A hat.
A hat? What kind of hat?
Black. And he had chains on. He had the fake chains.
What color are they?
Gold.
Fake gold
And
chain.
he had gold teeth.
He had gold teeth in?
Yep.
And so when he went to bed, was he wearing this stuff, or was he wearing something else? Or do you not know?
He was wearing that.
He was wearing that, so he was wearing a black shirt. Did he go to bed with gold shoes on?
No, oh no.
No? But he had blue shorts on?
Yep. And he had what is it?
You said a black hat?
Yep, and a black hat.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
And a do-rag.
Was that the hat?
No, the do-rag was under the hat.
What color was the hat?
Black, and the do-rag was black.
Okay, so black hat and black do-rag. What was Andrea wearing when she went to bed?
I have no idea.
Okay, so your sister went to bed first. Who went to bed second?
His girlfriend.
Andrea did?
And then he went to second. And then he went to sleep third, and then I went to sleep fourth.
Okay, and where was your daddy sleeping?
And I just told you.
Well, sometimes I get confused. Was it the air mattress?
Yeah.
Was Andrea on the air mattress too?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you went to bed.
Yeah.
Were the lights off in the house?
Yep.
Okay.
And the doors was not locked.
Which doors?
The front doors.
How do you know that?
Because I checked.
You checked?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you check?
Because I made sure they were locked.
So
and I ran back upstairs because I heard something. Oh, that's how I heard. All I heard was.
Okay. So did you lock the doors?
Yep.
Okay. Was that before you went to bed?
Yep.
So you locked the front door before you went to bed?
Yep.
Okay. So then what happened?
And that's all.
Okay.
And I know.
And then.
Oh, and then I know that him and Bree was walking down the stairs.
Okay. Was it light outside or dark outside?
Light.
It was light. And how do you know it was him and Bree?
Because I heard Bree's voice.
You
I know her voice.
You know her voice?
And I know that bum voice.
Okay. Where were
Can you
you?
give me a back while we going up here?
Where were you when you heard her voice?
In the bedroom.
In the
peeking.
You were peeking. Why were you peeking? Was there something going on that you were?
Because I'll make sure he wasn't doing anything with my sister.
Okay. And was he doing anything to your sister? No. What did she have on?
You gotta ask my mom. She was every time we wake up in the morning, she wears the same thing. You gotta ask my mom what she was wearing. Cause she screenshotted it. I don't even know what she's wearing.
Okay, so you don't know what she was wearing when she walked down the stairs?
Mm-hmm. My mom knows. She got the color.
Okay. But you said that she was wearing a white t-shirt when she went to bed?
Yeah, and then when she woke up, she changed her clothes.
Okay, did you see her change her clothes?
No, she was in the bathroom.
Who was in the bathroom?
Bree.
You saw her in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Where was your dad?
He just woke, and when Bree got up, he just woke up.
Okay.
And then when he came back, he said, Bree's missing.
Okay. Did Andrea ever get up in the middle of the night?
He had to go use the bathroom. She checked on me and Bree first, and then she went to the bathroom, and then she said, Bree's not there.
So you saw your dad leave with Bree before Andrea woke up?
Yeah.
Okay. So you saw, I'm just making sure I get this right. You saw your sister in
I'm
the.
tired of people asking me.
I know, but this is the last time we're gonna ask you, okay? You, look at me, look at me.
How
You
long is it
did
gonna take?
Detorius, you are the key to finding your sister. You know how I told you from the beginning? Your little brain was smart and that you saw things that are clues. You know what clues are?
Why are you talking like that?
Because I'm talking to you. You know what clues are? They help find things, and you have clues I don't even think you're aware of to help find your sister. And so that, they want me to talk to you because I need to find those clues so that we can find Bree. You want to bring her home?
Yep, hashtag bring Bree home.
Absolutely. Okay.
Not.
Okay. So.
How many questions more do you ask me?
I don't know. Do you see? I have like a whole bunch. Do you see all these things? These are the things I want to know from your smart brain. So, listen. You see your sister in the bathroom and your daddy wakes up.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what she was wearing in the bathroom?
All I know is she was wearing some blue shorts that just had stuff just like this.
Okay. And what was she wearing on top?
She was wearing some red.
No, but what was her shirt? Was she wearing that white tee in the bathroom?
Yeah, until she took it off.
Okay.
I don't remember the shirt or the shoes, Mom. Oh, it was black. The shoes was black and brown. I don't remember the shirt.
Okay.
You gotta ask my mom that shirt color.
Okay. So did your dad said, hey, what did your dad say? Why were they walking down the stairs?
I have no idea.
Okay. So they leave, and then you said that Andrea came in a little later and went to the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And then, did Andrea say anything to you at that time?
No.
No? And what did you do?
Nothing.
Okay. And then what happened?
Yeah, I just went to the living room.
When did you go in the living room?
A while ago. Remember when Rondo Bree was pushing? I went in the living room.
Okay. Was that in the morning when you woke up?
Yeah.
Okay. And who told you to go? Did someone tell you to go in the living room?
Yeah, Andrea.
Andrea did? What was Andrea doing in the morning?
Looking back and forth through the windows.
Okay. Was she doing anything else in the apartment?
No.
Did she call anybody?
No.
No. Was she cleaning anything?
No.
No. And then what happened? Did your dad come home?
Yeah.
And what happened when your daddy came
And then
home?
he said, Elizabeth, and then he said, I don't know where Bree's at. Then my mom told him to drop me off.
Okay.
Who's watching us today?
No one. Did Andrea ask your dad where Bree was?
No.
Did they talk at all?
No.
Was your dad happy or upset when he came home?
I think he was yelling.
What was he yelling about?
His orange juice.
His orange juice?
Somebody stole it.
Okay. Do you know who stole it?
Yep.
Who?
Andrea.
What'd she do? Drink it?
Yep.
When did she drink that? Earlier?
Yep.
Okay.
And he came back and he said, oh, orange juice.
Okay. What was your daddy wearing when he came back?
Same thing. He busted those shoes.
Those gold shoes?
Yeah.
Was he wearing what shirt?
A blue shirt.
A blue shirt or
Yeah. Oh yeah, black shirt.
And then what else?
And a busted do-rag and a hat.
Mm-hmm.
And then some busted chains.
Mm-hmm.
And then some busted gold teeth.
Okay. And then what happened when your dad came back and he was yelling at her about the orange?
Then he just took me to my mom. Because my mom wanted me back.
Okay.
Because she didn't want her.
Well, I know that he took you other places because you told me he took you other places.
Well, he only took me one place to his friend's house.
Who's that?
I don't remember his name. I just
Well,
saw
once
him.
your dad picked you up in the morning, look at. Deterrence. Did your dad tell you not to not say anything about something? You don't know?
Nope.
Remember how we were going to talk about being truth or
I'm
lie?
not. Bitch.
What did your dad tell you not to do?
You have the corona.
What?
You have the coronavirus.
I have to what?
Coronavirus.
Can
Because
you,
I got it and I touched you.
can you tell me what your dad didn't want you to say?
Nothing.
Well, that's not what you said to me before. I know that you went places with your daddy because you originally told me you went places with your daddy.
I only went one place.
And where was that?
To his friend's house.
Okay, but in the morning you told me you went fishing with him. Remember that? Do you remember? So I want to talk to you about going fishing. Why are you getting mad, buddy? Victorious.
What?
Why are you getting mad at me?
I'm not.
Well, you are. I just need to pick your brain to find out where he took you.
Nope.
What?
Nothing.
Can you look at me, hon?
I want to go.
Why don't you want to tell me where he took you?
See that? That's disgusting.
Yeah.
So nobody cleaned it up.
Victorious, can you tell me why you don't want to tell me where he took you?
Cause every time I forget stuff.
Okay, but you know what? Every time I've talked to you, look at me. Don't make a mess, please. Victorious. Every time you talk to me, look at me. Every time you talk to me, you remember something.
But I don't remember that fishing.
Okay? But I know that you remember a lot of stuff because you're smart. And do you know that I have seen you places with your dad?
Huh?
Huh?
So what?
Huh?
What?
I've seen you places with your dad, so I kind of know where you went. Do you know that?
How did you see?
How?
Yeah.
Because, there's cameras all over the place, right? Okay.
Who has been there?
You tell me. I want to make sure that you're being truthful about where you went.
We've been to that, a place where he got stuck, and then he was keep on driving through.
Okay.
And then he stopped really, hard, and then I banged my head into the,
You got stuck somewhere?
Yeah, and then he had to drive fast.
He had to drive fast?
To, get the, there was dirt.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to go, boom!
Okay. Where was that by? Do you remember?
It's not a place where you work.
Where who works?
It's a lot of, what is it? The little things that go, the little tall things that go, and then you pick the stuff up and then you come back down. You know what I'm talking about?
No, what are you talking about?
I can't remember.
It's a place you work?
Yeah.
And you pick stuff up?
Yeah. It's a little hook. It goes just like this. It's just like a. Do you even know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
It's the little things that the people be standing on.
Okay. People be standing on.
You don't know.
I don't know. Do you know how to play charades? So people be standing on and.
You don't even know what it is.
No, I don't.
Neither do I.
But you saw people standing on it, or you know that's what they did?
Oh, so.
Okay, were people standing on it?
Yeah. What's these white things?
I don't know.
I don't think I'll finish.
So your dad got stuck.
Yep.
Do you know what town you were in when he got stuck?
No.
Okay, were you in Davenport, do you think? Or do you think you were far away? Oh, that's just recording. Do you think you were farther away than Davenport?
No.
Okay. You told me that you went on a long drive.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, where'd you go?
It was on the road. That's the road that he drew so slow. You know that place that I took you up to?
Yeah.
He drew so slow that he went there.
Okay. Now, I know that he picked you up. You went somewhere right away. You told me that he had to turn back around to go get something.
Oh yeah, her clothes.
Whose clothes?
Birdie.
Did he already have your clothes?
Yep.
So your clothes were with you, but he turned around to go get Bree's clothes?
Yeah.
And then when you left his house again, where did you go?
He went to 2 fishings, and then he dropped me off.
You said something about
Oh, the trailer?
Yeah, when did you go to the trailer?
Well, he went to go wipe off his knife,
Okay.
and now they got that trailer.
They got the trailer? I want to talk about the morning when your dad picked you up and said that your sister was lost. Where's the first place you guys went?
When?
That morning that Breasia was lost.
We went to go look for her, and then he called
Where
Mama.
did you go look for her?
Everywhere.
Everywhere? Do you remember your daddy going to any type of store?
No.
You never remember your daddy going to a store?
No.
You don't remember that? Okay. Did your daddy go and buy something somewhere? Do you remember your dad taking you to any type of store?
No, I just said no.
Because remember how I told you that we have you different places and we can see you on camera?
We didn't go to the store. I just told you.
Okay. Did your daddy make you wait in the car anywhere?
Just at the 2 fishing stops.
Okay. You only told me about one fishing stop. Where was the other fishing stop?
One was on this side of the curve island. The other one was on this side.
Okay.
So he had one over here and then one over here. Then he don't have to go and be like.
Okay. Did he? Did you see him fish actually?
Also was bleach and a knife.
A bleach and a knife. And where did he get those things from, hon?
In his trunk.
In his trunk? Did you ask him about that? Did you see him get the?
I was afraid he was going to stab me.
Why were you afraid of your dad?
Because he's mean.
He's mean? Have you seen him do something mean?
No.
But why do you think he's mean?
Because he lost my sister.
He definitely lost your sister. So he got the knife. Did he take the knife somewhere?
In his trailer. And then he took it back out and he bleached it up and then he cut something with it.
What did he cut with it?
Did it have blood on it?
I don't know. What did he cut with it?
I have no idea.
Where did you see him cutting something with it?
He had to cut some, because they said there was blood on the knife.
Who said that?
The people downtown.
At the police department?
Yeah, down here.
No one said that. But you said that he took it out of his trunk. What else did he take out of his trunk?
Nothing to bleach, that's all.
Okay. The bleach, was it in a bottle?
You know that container that you pour the bleach in?
Yeah. Do you know where he got that container from? No? Okay. Did he only get the bleach and the knife out one time or more than one time or something?
One.
Only one time? And that was where?
At the Credit Island.
He got it out at the Credit Island.
Yeah.
And then he went back to his house? Or his trailer?
His trailer, and then he dropped me off.
Did he go in the trailer?
Yeah.
What did he do in the trailer?
Wipe his knife off.
So he wiped his knife off
Yeah,
there?
he also had the key.
The key to the trailer? Okay. Were you in the trailer when he wiped his knife off?
No.
No?
He was by the door.
He was
That's
by...
what I knew.
Okay.
Everybody was staring at him because he had the knife. This is how they was.
At Credit Island?
No, at the when he was in his what is the trailer.
So there was other people down there?
Yeah.
How many people were down there?
2.
And what did they look like?
It was like,
Were
it
they
looked like they were about to call 911.
okay?
So they pulled off their phone.
Did you go in the trailer with them? Did your daddy say anything about the trailer?
He just told me don't tell y'all.
Why is that?
He told me don't tell y'all where the trailer's at.
Why did he not want us to know about it?
Cause he was afraid.
Of what?
Oh y'all.
What?
He was afraid of y'all.
Why would he be afraid of us?
Cause he don't know you.
Did he say that he would do something to you if you told?
Yeah, he awoke me.
He told you. When did he tell you that?
Huh?
When did he tell you that?
When we was at the house, he said, if you tell anybody that I got 100, if you tell anybody that I got a trailer, I'm gonna tear you up.
Okay. So he told you that.
And I'm definitely not going back to his house.
Okay. Did he tell you that at the house or at the trailer?
Trailer.
He told you not to tell anybody about it?
Yep.
Okay. You said that he wiped the knife off there?
Yep.
What did he do with the knife down at the river or by the water?
I have no idea.
But he took it with him?
Yep. He was carrying it just like this.
Okay. And do you remember where you took me down there? Do you remember that on Credit Island? Was that where he carried the knife like this?
Yep.
Yeah? Okay. You never saw him with a fishing pole?
Nope.
Okay, but he said he went fishing two
Two
times.
times, yep.
You said he got stuck in the mud. Where was that at Credit Island or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Okay. Do you know where that was? Do you think if you saw it, you'd be able to tell me?
It was by the job place.
The job place.
Uh-huh.
Whose job is it though? Do you know?
His.
His? Where does he work?
It's, you know where all the people that fix up the stuff, like break down stuff and put it back together.
Okay.
That's where he worked.
Is it Reds?
Yeah.
Reds?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay. So he took you down to Reds and he got stuck in the mud?
Yep.
Okay. Did he get anything out of the car down there?
Knife and bleach.
At Reds?
No.
At Reds.
No.
So, what is that? Can you get back on the chair for me? I know that you were with your daddy for about 2 hours. Do you know that? And there's a lot of places that you and your daddy went.
Not a lot.
Okay, well, there's more than what you're telling me. So I know that when you left.
I don't know a lot.
Okay, but you haven't told me everything, right? Remember, I'm a detective, and I can tell if you haven't told me everything. What haven't you told me?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. You know how I took you on that drive? You showed me different places, right?
Yep.
Okay. I think I'm gonna take you on another drive.
No.
But I think we're gonna go get some McDonald's first. Are you hungry?
No, I don't want to go on a drive.
Okay. Deterius, I know that you were with your.
That's not Deterius.
Oh, what is your name? What are you gonna call it?
Detorius.
Detorius. What?
Hey.
Well, I need to get some information from you, and I know. Why are you getting so mad? Can you tell me that? You know, I've been with you so long, so many different times, and you've always been really pleasant, and you've been happy, and you've never been mad at me, and now you're mad at me about something. Why are you so mad? Why? What's different today, hon? Can you tell me that?
No.
No? I need you to help me find Breasia, hon. That's what
No, I'll help my mom.
well, your mom, essentially you're helping your mom if you help me. Do you know that?
Mama told her don't help you.
What's that?
Mama told her don't help you. Stop staring at me.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why you're so mad or why you don't want to help me.
Because I don't want to stay here.
I know you don't want to stay here, but this is the last chance I have to pick your brain about what happened that night with you and your dad and where your daddy took you. It's my last chance.
How?
I don't ever get to talk to you again, Victorious. And you are the one that could help me find your sister. And
I can't ever talk to me again.
well, I can talk to you again, but typically we don't talk to kids over and over and over. And right now, I know that you have been with your dad, have done things with your dad, seen things, and he took you different places, and you haven't told me everything.
I don't remember anything now.
And sometimes when you take, like, just like when I took you on that drive that first time, you looked out the window and you could tell me where things were. You could tell me where things were. Because your brain remembers things. Remember how initially you told me you couldn't remember things, you have a hard time? But when you see something, you remember it, right?
No.
Why are you smiling underneath there? You also talked about a red truck. Do you remember that red truck you talked about?
I was just kidding.
I don't think you were kidding about a red truck.
No. We saw one of his orange trucks. We was looking for Breasia. One of his orange trucks.
Okay. When he was looking for Bree, was he calling anyone? No? Did he have his phone with him?
Yeah.
Yeah? Because I know you were with him for a long time, right? Victorious.
Not very long.
Not very long?
Can you let me go now?
Well, I'm going to go and talk to your mom, and then I'll be back.
Why are you talking to my mom?
Well, because your mom's the one that wants me to talk to you, and she wants you to be honest about what
What are you about to tell her about?
I'm just going to tell her that you haven't told me everything. Because remember I
Because
told
I don't know anything else.
Okay. Hey, bud, no one's mad at you. No one's mad at you at all. Do you understand that? I'm trying to jog your memory so that you remember some stuff. Because I have you on camera. Remember I told you that you are on camera? All right. I'm going to let you calm down for a little bit, okay? Okay. We're going to go very soon. Okay? Well, why are you crying, buddy? Hey. What's going on? Hey. Victorious. Why are you crying? Do you need a hug, bud?
No.
Okay. Did your daddy tell you not to tell?
Oh, yeah.
Did your daddy tell you not
No,
to
we
say
didn't say anything about that.
About what? I'm asking if your daddy told you not to say anything.
He did not say that.
Okay. Why don't you want to tell me every place you went?
I don't remember anything.
Okay. Just hang tight.
Who are you going to get?
I know I'm going to talk to somebody.
Why?
Just because I want to see if there's something else I need to ask you before we get out of here.
Can you got me a bag too?
A what?
A backpack and have the blue bags. I'll come with you.
Nope, I can't have you come with me because there's other people out here. There's a bunch of detectives, okay? I'll be right back though.
Where?
They're all working to find your sister. Okay?
Oh my God, I'm staying here.
What's up, Lily? You alright, man? What's happening, little man?
We'll take our noon break at this time. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
And that's lunch. Okay, well, let's see. What do I have in my play list today? Oh, here's a little follow-up.
Exhausted every resource available, from communication to playing family messages. The gunfire, the exchange of gunfire was there. There was thousands of gunfire.
Thousands of rounds of gunfire, a city neighborhood riddled with bullets. Tonight, a lot of questions remain. One day after that shootout in Garfield, we can tell you that dozens of officers who were involved are now off the street. They include 47 City of Pittsburgh officers, 12 Allegheny County police officers, and 16 Allegheny County Sheriff's deputies. Police say those officers will be evaluated after their involvement in that highly charged situation yesterday. They'll likely be off the streets for several days. Thanks for joining us at 5. I'm Ken Rice.
And I'm Christine Sorensen. The gunfire on Broad Street has long since ended, but the disbelief coming from neighbors is loud and clear. Erica Moke spoke to those neighbors and got an up-close look at that damage. Erica.
Christine and Ken, yesterday we were telling you just the amount of gunfire that was exchanged yesterday, and you were able to see in that video the damage left behind at that row house, showing you just how intense this standoff was. You can see behind me that home has since been boarded up, but right now on this street, you can see neighbors are out and about. They are alongside city leaders assessing the damage from those bullets, like what you can see right here on this house, evidence of bullets whizzing by. Neighbors tell me yesterday they felt like they were in the middle of a war zone brought on by a man that they barely knew.
Good morning, sir. How's your day? And then he was telling me that they're going to pay for this. I'm like, ooh, I said, be on the street. It's cool. He said, you'll see. And he walked away.
That man, who lives just a few doors down, says he had no idea that just days after that conversation with William Hardison, he'd turn what's been described as a normal, quiet neighborhood into a nightmare.
I couldn't even count. It had to be over 2,000 rounds coming and going. Please him, please him. They were so loud, you would have thought it was a bomb.
City officials and police giving an update today on the response, saying their attempts to make contact with Hardison and bring the situation to a peaceful end were met either by silence or that barrage of bullets.
The gunfire, the exchange of gunfire was there. There was thousands of gunfire. I just couldn't tell you the number.
The exact amount of shots, ammunition, even weapons used by the suspect is still under investigation by state police. And although neighbors say they had no idea what kind of stockpile Hardison may have been sitting on, one says she did see him with a gun case, which she says contained more than one rifle.
It was heavy. He was struggling from across the street to his house to get it into his house.
His house, the one he refused to leave, now left battered from a gun battle, as are the homes nearby, including the one that shares a wall with the now crime scene. Our camera was invited inside, capturing several bullet holes in that shared wall, one big enough to see right through.
It was a dramatic scene. I didn't never think it would have got to this point.
Now, it is still not known where the shot that killed the suspect came from. Again, that's still under investigation. The neighbor who lives immediately next door didn't want to go on camera. She said that there are at least 4 bullet holes in her wall, and any of them could have killed her. Thankfully, though, she evacuated, and she and her pets are okay. We're live tonight in Garfield. Erica Moke, KDKA TV News.
Erica.
Okay. Let's go back to our flag and see what else we've got. Okay. Here.
Sergeant Butters. Sergeant Butters. Sergeant Butters.
With a name like Sergeant Butters, you're bound to become popular. But for one small town, a feline member of the force caused a controversial catastrophe. In 2018, a stray kitten wandered into the Mocksville Police Department in North Carolina. The officers fed him, cleaned him up, and gave him the name Butterscotch, which eventually was shortened to simply Butters. He quickly became a new office pal the officers enjoyed caring for, and even got promoted to sergeant after helping to coax a confession out of a suspect. Sergeant Butters even got his own Facebook account, but unfortunately, some people were not thrilled that a cat had joined the force. In August 2019, Sergeant Butters' account was taken down, and at first, citizens were given conflicting reasons as to why.
Mayor told us one thing, the town manager told us another, and we knew something wasn't right and filed a public records request to get more.
North Carolina news station WXII obtained emails and texts through the Freedom of Information Act that revealed Sergeant Butters had been a point of contention for the town board. Matt Settlemyer, the town manager, Amy Vaughn Jones, a member of the town board, and Police Chief Pat Reagan were all key players in the situation. Vaughn Jones kicked off the complaints against Sergeant Butters, sending a variety of texts about one social media post in particular. On April 6th, an accident involving a couple being hit by a car in a crosswalk prompted the Sergeant Butters Facebook account to post a message reminding the town to be careful as warmer weather meant more pedestrian traffic. Vaughn Jones texted Settlemyer and said, "The Facebook post should come down." Settlemyer replied, "I will take care of it." He went on to say, "I'm sure they were trying to get out some information about being safe downtown now that the weather is nicer. We will create a page to separate the PR element from the press release info that needs to be distributed to the public." Vaughn Jones replied, "Sounds like a great idea, and maybe not from the cat." Emails from Brent Ward, the former mayor pro tem of Mocksville, showed concern over the structure of the police department, and in one wrote, "I think it would be a good idea that the Facebook page of Sarge Butters be taken down permanently. This should not be the face of our police department." The page was finally deleted after a controversial post was made about Jeffrey Epstein, a financier who committed suicide in prison after being convicted of various sex crimes. Settlemyer claimed the post was in violation of the town's social media policy. It was then announced Sergeant Butters would be rehomed. The dismissal of Sergeant Butters caused what can only be called an uproar, or perhaps an up meow in the community.
A lot of folks have hurt this past week, and it could have been all avoided in the first place. It just exposes the character of the leaders in this town.
How many people are homeless in this county? How many old people don't eat? And we're sitting here worried about a cat that has a place to eat tonight, a place to sleep tonight, probably has kids watching over him, and that's all we can do is get together to gripe about a cat.
Throughout the exchange, Vaughn Jones continued expressing concern, including about a pregnant police officer and whether her safety would be an issue around the cat, texting, "Good afternoon, Matt. Also wanted to ask about having a pregnant female officer at the PD with the cat and litter box. From my understanding, there is a litter box in the female bathroom, which could be fatal for the female officer. If the cat is Officer Black's cat, it might be prudent for the cat to be taken to Black's home residence. I love animals, but I am concerned for the officer's health and that of the unborn child." Vaughn Jones was referring to a parasitic infection transmitted through cat waste, which can lead to deformities in the fetus or even a miscarriage. She went on to say, "I had a few minutes today and stopped into the PD. When was the last time you were there? I noticed the cat was still there and lots of cat toys in the front office area. There was a litter box with litter in it in the women's bathroom." Later, she texted Settlemyer saying, "Someone who is speaking and writing for the cat has begun this Facebook protest. So again, I ask who writes for Sergeant Butters? Which officer is responsible? And I would not be surprised if there is some health law that prevents the cat in a public workspace if they are not a service animal. Who is in charge at the PD? The cat?" The texts were not just about Sergeant Butters. In other messages, she asked Settlemyer for details about the police department, including information about the officers who worked there. So what really happened? Initially, Settlemyer said Sergeant Butters needed attention outside the police department and refuted claims that the request came from a town board member. To get to the bottom of this cat mystery, we spoke to WXII reporter Devontae McKenneth, who's been following the story since the day Sergeant Butters wandered into the station.
When I first got the tip that, okay, this Facebook page for a cat was taken offline, I was like, okay, what's the big story? The community was just irritated. They were ticked off. And once that story was out, I got several more tips like, okay, there's more to this. Like, why would the police department take away such good PR? What it boiled down to was small town politics. I think that's why it caused so much uproar, because they knew that the person who wanted the cat removed was getting their way, and they didn't like that. Initially, the whole thing started off with a lie. I called the mayor and I said, is it true that a town board member walked into the police department and demanded the cat be removed? And the mayor told me, yes, that's what's happened. Before I called the mayor, I called the town manager, and he said, no, that statement is false. So you have the town manager saying, no, that's not true, but the mayor saying, yes, that's true. So I said, well, put them both out there, let the community see that. And I mean, you make your own judgment.
In some of the messages from that FOIA request, members of the town board claim they were harassed because of the decision to remove Sergeant Butters. And I understand one member even experienced some vandalism.
One of them said that they were getting phone calls in the middle of the night saying they were a bad person. They're going to get voted off the town board because they removed Sergeant Butters. And then after Amy Von Jones spoke openly at the town hall meeting, there was a dead black snake on her mailbox, and there was also vandalism of campaign signs. I know that SBI had to also get involved with that case. At one point in time, I thought stuff was going to happen because also at one of the town board meetings where Amy Von Jones first openly spoke, her son was also in attendance saying if someone wants to come to his house, he'll be waiting. Thankfully, to my knowledge, nothing happened. But when you hear stuff like that, when that's presented in the public light, you wonder what's going to follow and what's going to be to come.
So essentially, Sergeant Butters was a catalyst for the town board to, as you mentioned, bring up other issues about the police department. And as I understand, there was an internal assessment done of the Mocksville Police Department as a result of all this.
The police assessment happened from an outside consulting firm. They came in, they interviewed a lot of the officers, and when they first started the assessment, they had concerns from the officers that changes are going to happen. They had fear of retaliation, that this stuff was going to get leaked. And there was a lot of stuff with some structural changes, more officers on the street, less command staff. But I think the police chief, he was just recently put in that position. The assessment came back and said a lot of these problems started prior to his enlisting as chief. So I think what he was already doing was stuff that was in the assessment. But I think those were the two big takeaways from that assessment.
So the community has reacted very strongly to everything that's happened, and there have been a number of social media initiatives from community members to reinstate Sergeant Butters.
There was a Facebook group initially called Save Sarge Butters, and that was just a collective gathering of people who felt strongly about the town board and what happened. And, you know, they want to see some changes to the landscape of the town board. Another is there's two people, I believe, behind a new program called TAILS, and TAILS stands for Transparency for Animals in Lieu of Sarge. I know they plan on taking this to court because they also filed FOIA requests, and they believe that some of those requests aren't fulfilled exactly 100%. They're not getting what they know is out there.
So is there an overall message we can take away from all of this?
To journalists, I think my fellow colleagues, let this be a lesson learned. You know, you get a tip and you might say, this is silly, there's no story here. But start off, and if it becomes no story, great. But if you continue to peel those layers of an onion, you're going to get to the core. And I think that's exactly what happened here. Sergeant Butters was the catalyst for change at the Mocksville Police Department, because without this, that outside consulting firm, that assessment probably would have never happened. But now that it happened, they can make those changes and proceed to a better police department. I think that we saw a lot of good come out of Sergeant Butters in the long run. And I think that good is only going to continue as the story progresses.
Okay, so the question burning in everyone's mind, where is Sergeant Butters now?
I mean, I got text messages and emails like, please tell me the cat is okay. Everyone thought the cat was dead. I said, oh my goodness. He's with a woman who's staying far away from this whole debacle. So I think that's a good thing. She sent me some pictures of him. He's well, he's happy, you know, but I think that's for the better. I'm glad someone outside the department has him. until this dies down. But yeah, he's alive and well.
Where do you stand on the Sergeant Butters issue? Should the police department be allowed to keep him? Or do you believe the cat has no place there? Perhaps you're of the notion that, as one community member said, it's all a waste of time. Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. I'm Alexandra Stone. Thanks for watching.
Okay, let's go back to our flagpole. Back to our friend Henry VIII. I found an article which says, how did the Black Widower's second wife die? Now, I remember we were discussing that, and so this is more detail on that. So I'll read this out. It says, Thomas Randolph, also known as the Black Widower, is the subject of a 3-part Dateline special, and it is a fascinating character referred to by a Dateline producer as the Joe Exotic of true crime, the Las Vegas Sun reported. He's had 6 wives, 4 of which died under uncertain circumstances, including 2 deaths that led to murder charges for Randolph. Randolph's first and third wives are still alive, but his second, fourth, fifth, and sixth all died long before his trial in 2017 for the murder of his 6th wife, Sharon Cause. Randolph, now 66, was charged with the 1986 shooting death of his second wife, Becky Galt Randolph. How did Becky Galt Randolph die, and what happened to her during Randolph's trial? Becky Galt died of a gunshot wound to the head, and Randolph was charged with her murder, but was acquitted. Galt died of a single gunshot wound to the head in November 1986 at their home in Clearfield, Utah, and Randolph reported she committed self-homicide. The two had been married for 3 years. After 2 years, a 2-year investigation, police charged him with first-degree murder, the Deseret News reported. Prosecutors said his motive was to obtain Galt's life insurance, and he collected $250,000 in insurance in just 13 days after her death, according to the outlet. According to the Las Vegas Sun, Randolph said Galt had threatened to kill herself the day before her death and told authorities that he replied she should go ahead and do it. Just a side note, we had a case where somebody helped facilitate somebody in self-homicide, and they were charged. So let's see. He said he returned home that the following day and found his wife dead in their bed with a gun in her hand, the outlet reported. In April 1989, Randolph was found not guilty by the jury, and he later had his record sealed. Galt's mother told reporters after the verdict, "He's guilty and he's just going to kill somebody else's daughter, so beware," the Las Vegas Sun reported. Prosecutors brought forward their star witness, Randolph's friend Eric Tarantino, who testified that Randolph had plotted with him about the best way to kill his wife and came up with several ideas, Deseret News reported. Tarantino also said he had warned Galt about the plot on her life, and Randolph retaliated by beating him and putting him in the hospital, according to the outlet. The jury wasn't swayed by Tarantino's testimony, and after deliberation, they returned a verdict of not guilty. Randolph also was accused of soliciting an undercover police officer to kill Tarantino before his former friend could testify against him, court documents show, and he pleaded guilty to witness tampering. Why would he threaten his friend not to talk if it never happened? So after his murder charge acquittal, he had the records expunged. Randolph's prior murder charges were brought up during his trial for his sixth wife's death and caused his conviction to be overturned. 3 decades later, Randolph was put on trial for the murder of his sixth wife, Sharon Cause, who was shot and killed at their home along with their handyman, Michael Miller. Prosecutors argued that Randolph hired Miller to murder his wife, then shot and killed him, while Randolph said Miller was an intruder and he killed him in self-defense, Fox 40 reported. Just a side note, he threatened the last one, and the guy testified against him. So, so you kill the guy, and this guy doesn't know about the previous murder situation, and a handyman who was threatened and beat up. Okay, the jury heard evidence that Randolph had been on trial for the death of his second wife and eventually found the 66-year-old guilty of double homicide. However, in December 2020, the Nevada Supreme Court overturned the verdict and issued a new trial, stating that the evidence of his prior trial should not have been admissible. The decision stated the events surrounding the death of Randolph's second wife should not have been admitted because of the danger of unfair prejudice substantially outweighing any probative value. I'm not sure that I agree. And we've got a little quiz. Okay. So let's see. I'm sure the jury has probably heard news stories since the trial concluded and found out about the previous murder or not. And I'm hoping that the earlier jurors would also have heard about his later things and go, oh, well, we got that one wrong. So anyway, let's see what let's see. It says Gabby Petito is trending. Let's see. Well, I don't see anything about Gabby, but here is a poster for in the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children on a missing child out of Louisiana. So, if anybody sees a little girl that looks like her, notify authorities. Let's see if there's anything. Yeah, it looks like these are all missing person things. Somebody was found alive. Okay, and we have a motion to remove cameras. Let's see. Oops.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Hi, Tam. Welcome.
Oh, this is somebody's live, not a news story. Okay, let's scratch that. That's not what I was expecting. Okay, come on. Nothing much there. Oh, here comes Eowyn to say hi. Okay, let's take another quick look on YouTube. Oh, Elton John is in the hospital after falling. Let's see, Court TV had something about Corey Richens. Best of my knowledge, there isn't anything new, so I'm not sure. Oh, let's see. Let's watch this news story.
Boyfriend of Alicia Watts, and the man accused of murdering her is expected to be in court. Alicia's body was found last Thursday behind a cemetery in Montgomery County. Now, ahead of tomorrow, a rally was held today outside of the Montgomery County Jail, demanding Dunmore not receive bond. WBTV's Erica Lunsford shares what else the group is fighting for.
Those who came out today shared that since Alicia Watts' body has been found, their fight is just beginning. They say her death sparked a movement for them to protect women who may fall into situations like hers.
We raise our voices in a cry to you to hear us.
Standing together once again in the fight for justice for Alicia Watts.
If Alicia was white, would you have taken 39 days to find her? If Alicia was white, would you have let the man who was a suspect roam around without incident?
Those who have been searching and praying for her return stood outside the Montgomery County Jail Sunday, demanding answers to the way her missing case was handled and that Watts' alleged killer, James Dunmore, is denied bond.
Do not give him bond. He doesn't deserve to be able to even have a chance to get back on the street.
The group also spoke about a need for laws to be changed when it comes to cases of missing women who have been in domestic violence situations. Tessie Taylor shared that her daughter was close friends with Alicia Watts.
The three of them were supposed to have met Alicia that Sunday night at a show in Charlotte. She did not show up and was not answering her phone.
She says Watts' death is motivating the group as a whole to fight for women's safety.
And we're going to use the energy that we could otherwise use as hate against you to establishing some programs within our communities that will help young Black girls to identify people like James Dunmore before they get so involved and it gets to this.
We will not stop until there is justice, not just for Alicia, but for all women who suffer such trauma in their lives.
The group says they will be outside of the court tomorrow morning as Dunmore faces a judge for the first time. They say they want to make sure no bond is set. Reporting in Montgomery County, Erica Lunsford, WBTV on your side.
And our coverage on this story does not stop here. James Dunmore again is expected to be in court tomorrow. We do have a crew who will be there monitoring every development in this case. For more information, you can head to our website at WBTV.com.
Okay, I haven't heard of that case. Let's see, where was that? Let's take a look at this Corey Richens video and see if there's anything new in it.
She met up with acquaintance 2 at a Maverick gas station in Draper and purchased from him 15 to 30 round green-blue pills, which she understood to be fentanyl.
There was no fentanyl or traces of fentanyl found in the home anywhere.
1 or 2 pills might be accidental. 20 or 5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is someone who wants Eric dead.
Since Eric's death, we have learned and unfortunately are continually reminded that Corey is desperate, greedy, and extremely manipulative. We have watched as Corey has paraded around portraying herself as a living widow and victim while trying to profit from the death of my brother.
She was married, 3 kids, living in a beautiful home, and now she's accused of murdering her husband. Chanley Painter has more on Corey Richens.
No matter if it's a parent, a sibling, or a friend, talking about loss with kids can be a tricky subject. Joining us now is author of Are You With Me? Corey Richens.
A year after her husband Eric died, Corey Richens began a book tour promoting her children's book, which counseled children how to deal with grief. In an interview with ABC4, she explained what inspired her to write the book, Are You With Me?
My husband passed away unexpectedly last year. My kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year.
2 months after this television appearance, Richens would be charged in connection to the death of her husband. Back in March of 2022, Corey called authorities to report her husband, Eric, was dead. A medical examiner would discover 5 times the lethal dosage of fentanyl in his system.
She stated that the last time that she saw Eric alive was between 9:30 and 9:45 p.m. She stated that before going to bed, they had had a drink together to celebrate closing on a house for her business. Around 3 a.m. when she woke, She stated she returned to her own bedroom, got into bed, and felt that Eric was cold to the touch. Based on the interviews that we conducted with those who knew Eric well, all stated that he did not use illicit drugs other than consuming THC gummies on occasion.
They knew that he didn't die of a drug overdose that he had caused himself. They knew that he was suspicious of Corey. And I think that there's some sense of relief right now. They finally put together what appears to be a very compelling case with evidence, with witnesses.
According to court documents, prosecutors believe Corey began plotting Eric's murder in January of 2022 when she attempted to change his life insurance policy. Eric was notified and changed it over to his sister. Then, in February of 2022, Corey contacted an unnamed acquaintance asking for some of the Michael Jackson stuff and received 15 to 30 fentanyl pills. 3 days later, on February 14th, 2022, on Valentine's Day, Eric became very ill after eating a sandwich prepared by his wife, Corey, and he told a friend he believed Corey was trying to poison him. About 2 weeks later, Corey reaches out to her contact again, asking for more fentanyl pills. And on March 4th, 2022, Eric was found dead of a fentanyl overdose.
He was moving money. He was preserving his assets. He was doing what he could to take care of his boys. She had changed the life insurance beneficiary. She had changed his business partner's buy-sell agreement.
Like the months leading up to Eric's death, I would term that, and then what happened after. There are transfers between accounts and amongst accounts.
She had done some things. He knew that something was going on. He alerted his family, and he said, I think she's trying to kill me. And he even went so far as to say, if something happens to me, if something horrible happens to me, I want you to have Corey investigated.
A year after Eric's death, locked in a $3.6 million estate battle with Eric's sister, Corey releases her children's book on grief. And just a few months later, on May 8th, Corey is arrested and charged with criminal homicide and counts of possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute.
I just wanted some story to read to my kids. And it's just comforting to them to know that, you know, they're not living this life alone. Like, Dad is still here. It's just in a different way.
Let's bring back in our think tank on this one. Ekla Mercy, Nima Rahmani, Kirk Nurmi with us. Nima, this book, does this help or hurt her at trial?
Oh, I think it hurts her. Yeah, many jurors are not going to like that. They're not going to like her search history. I mean, we've gone through it, the fentanyl, Michael Jackson dose, life insurance, how to, delete your phone so law enforcement can't get into it. I mean, this was why prosecutors, we have such an advantage right now. Technology's really changed the game. This isn't the, serial killer heyday of the 70s and 80s, but jurors are not going to like this at all. If I'm the prosecution, I do everything I can to get this into evidence to just show the type of person she is. Because look, we know that, a lot of these cases comes down to likability and credibility, and she is someone that is not likable at all.
Kirk, Nima mentions all that evidence that's out there, and I look at these cases. Then when we get into the courtroom, in the trial, somehow, some way, the defense always makes it look like that's normal. Like these are normal things that you would do. What are your thoughts about what this trial is going to look like for this mother and this? I guess she's a widow.
I think the story is going to be a pretty simple one for the government to tell, because we talk about the methodology, the planning. She's getting fentanyl in February. She's poisoning him over time. He's making statements to his family that if he winds up dead, investigate her. And the book is an important part, and I think Nima's spot on. The book is definitely going to turn the jury against her, because you think about it. This is methodical planning. She wants the life insurance. She does that about a month before the death. And she's really setting herself up. We saw that interview where she's setting herself up as this, having this image of this grieving widow, and she's trying to deal with her kids, and she's really trying to make something of herself, make this image. I think image is very important to female killers. And I think that is something that the states can be used to their advantage, that she was just trying to make herself this well-off, prominent woman, and she was willing to kill her husband to do it.
Eklund, I'm looking at those pictures, the ones of the couple. They're together and they're mimicking each other's faces and stuff. And look at that. I was like, oh wow, it's like a happy couple, right? Am I naive that people just can't be happy? Like you can't be happy and satisfied. You found someone and you started a family. Like I don't understand. Why do I not understand how it can go from this, what we're looking at, to her accused of murdering him?
People lie, but the issue is the civil level, like the levels of narcissism to create a children's book about that. I've never seen that before. That is a level. That's
next level stuff.
That is what? Like it's for children, like it's past, we've surpassed Gone Girl, and she has made a whole section for herself. I've never seen that before. I've never seen, and then she goes on television. She went on television to talk about it in her coat.
You got to promote it. You write a book, you got to promote it, Eklund. That's the way it works, right? Right. Kirk knows that. You write books, you go out and promote them, right, Kirk?
That's right. That's right, Vinny. Trapped with Mysterious. Everybody pick it up.
Unbelievable.
Like,
all right.
What?
We will continue to track this one, obviously. Think Tank staying with us. There we go. Corey Richins. We've got a scheduling conference coming up September 1st, so we'll have a much better idea when that trial is going to be.
And the big debate is, do I go for the scheduling conference or not? That will be, let me take a look at my calendar. Friday. So, we'll have to, I guess we'll just kind of play it by ear. I'm not sure if anybody is going to be up there to stream the conference. I'm sure that there's going to be some reporters there. So, it's kind of a debate on whether it's worth the gas money to run up to it. And we're kind of, I suspect we're likely to be still in the trial. I don't know if it's going to take, surely it can't take the defense as long as the state. So I don't know. We maybe we're on jury watch Friday. Maybe it's already over by Friday. So I guess we'll just play it by ear. So let's see. Let's go back to our flag poll. See what else there is. Somebody's back to say hi again. Yeah, we've got a hot car child death trial coming up at noon, so that's theoretically in 5 minutes. Must be California or Nevada. Let me take a look at this. Let's see, we've got a hurricane coming.
With the weather forecast, it's official. We have a major hurricane on the way to Florida, as we have two big time storms out here in the Atlantic Ocean that we have to cover. First things first, we've got Hurricane Franklin out here, now a Category 3 hurricane with winds around 115 miles per hour, and we got gusts all the way up to 140 miles per hour. This is moving to the northwest and expected to become a Category 4 later tonight with 130 mile per hour winds. Now, this is still going to go well to the west of Bermuda, but this is going to ride the coast in such a way where it is going to send some big time swells and maybe some rip current activity to places like the Carolinas along the coast. So be careful in the water over there, but you're going to have your own problems with Idalia sooner than later. But Franklin is going to go way out to sea and eventually just become a fish storm that we don't have to worry about. The one that unfortunately we do have to worry about is Idalia or Idalia. I've heard it pronounced both ways. Anyways, right now, this storm has 65 mile per hour winds and gusts up to 75 miles per hour. This is much stronger than what we thought it would be at this point, and that is not a good thing. It underwent some intensification last night, and we think that's going to continue today, as we do expect this to be a Category 1 hurricane as soon as 2 p.m. today. And then it's going to graze Cuba, and as it interacts with the mountains of Cuba, it might weaken a little bit, or at least the rapid intensification will be slowed down a little bit, and then it's going to go up into the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico and likely gain strength.
On February 3rd, a massive fire ripped through Wisconsin River Meats in Malston. That same exact day, another fire ravaged Percy
all the way until it makes landfall somewhere in between Tampa and Apalachicola. Okay, this is actually a little bit farther east than what we originally thought. So Tampa, you're in the path now for potentially a direct landfall from this, but the center of the cone is somewhere around Cedar Key. Okay, and just before landfall around 2 a.m. on August 30th, we do expect this to be a Category 3 major hurricane with 115 mile per hour winds and 140 mile per hour gusts. But unfortunately, I expect that number to be even higher as we go forward because of what we're seeing down here where the storm is now. You see those big blobs popping up? Those are hot towers. That's deep convection that's rising up around the center of the storm. And that last big bubble that you see pop up here is actually popping up literally around the center of circulation. And if it wraps completely around it, we're going to see an eye form. We're going to see an eye wall form, and it's over from there. That's when it starts rapidly intensifying as it approaches Florida. Once again, we did not expect for this to be happening at this far south. Okay, the fact that it's already happening down here means that it's going to be much stronger than what we thought it could be yesterday or the day before that. But at the very least, we're going to have a Category 1 here in a couple of hours, a Category 2 as soon as August 29th at 2 p.m. And then you know the rest of the story here. We've got hurricane watches and warnings going out for the western portions of Florida. We are actually already seeing some evacuations as well, and I expect those numbers to go up as the day goes on. So the time to start preparing for this was a couple of days ago. Now it's time to put those plans in action. Okay, so here's a look at the official cone from the National Hurricane Center. Once again, this is Tropical Storm Idalia, soon to be Hurricane Idalia. The M here represents where we think this will be a major hurricane. We expect this to be a hurricane all the way up until it gets into Georgia as well. So there's going to be some pretty significant inland impact. Tropical storm just off the coast of Myrtle Beach, and then eventually this is going to go out to sea and maybe even affect Bermuda a little bit as we get later later into the weekend. One of the most concerning things about this storm is going to be the storm surge, okay? This area of the Big Bend of Florida is notorious for producing life-threatening storm surge whenever storms come in this way. And it's honestly not very often that we get such a strong storm coming into this exact corridor. So there's going to be some damage in this area, unfortunately. And anybody who lives in this area should probably be thinking about potentially trying to get farther inland. Of course, this is some place where a lot of our storm chasers are even not willing to go. There's no parking garages. There's no higher elevation to get away from the water as it comes up. This whole place could be completely inundated by water all the way into as far inland as like Perry, Florida. Tampa Bay could even see some life-threatening storm surge around 4 to 7 feet, and we're expected to see it all the way down to Inglewood and maybe even down there towards Naples around 2 to 4 feet. Now, this is assuming that the storm takes a path like this. If the storm does go a little bit farther to the south and to the east and maybe takes a track like this, the storm surge in the Tampa Bay area will be much worse. Or even if the storm kind of parallels the coast more like this, the storm surge in the Tampa Bay area is going to be much worse. I'm actually really concerned about Tampa here. Right now, I'm completely on board with this forecast, and this is something that we can deal with. However, if that center of circulation gets too much closer to the Bay Area, I think we're going to deal with some pretty significant storm surge over here, but it's not set in stone just yet. Another thing we're going to have to deal with here is flash flooding. Everybody in the red is in a moderate risk of flash flooding and excessive rainfall over the next 5 days. That's going to be from around Tallahassee over to Jacksonville, Florida, up to Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, and Wilmington, North Carolina. These areas are going to get a tremendous amount of rain. Some of them are going to get over 10 inches of rain by the time this is all said and done, and this is going to cause life-threatening flooding. So how strong is Idalia going to get? Right now, a lot of our models are suggesting that this is going to get up to around a Cat 2. So this mess of an image here that you see is all the different models, and it kind of plots the intensity over time. You can see that some of them get Idalia up to a Category 3, but a lot of them are right here in this area during peak intensity. You got to remember, these models were showing a lot less than this just yesterday, and the next suite, the next run of models that come out will probably show something even stronger. This is eerily similar to what Hurricane Michael's trajectory looked like at this exact same time period in 2018. So the ceiling on this storm is still a Cat 5. I really do believe that. Now, I don't know if we're going to get there, but I really don't buy that the top of the line hurricane we're going to get out of this developing system is only a Cat 3. Okay, let's take a look at some forecast models. Here's the HWRF. We're looking at 10-meter wind speed, and you can see that by 2 p.m. today, we do expect hurricane force winds around the right side of the eye wall there. But watch how it interacts with Cuba, and it does weaken out a little bit, okay? The closer this storm gets to Cuba, the more weakening we're going to see before it gets back out here into the Gulf and starts rapidly developing again. Here we are at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, and we have a full-on, more than likely Cat 2, maybe even going on Cat 3 storm here to the south and west of Florida. By 11 p.m. on Tuesday, we are, once again, definitely Cat 3 status, and we're starting to see that big-time storm surge come into places like Tampa and Port Charlotte. But the strongest part of the storm will be headed right towards the Big Bend of Florida, and this is actually going nuts with the wind field here. This has a huge area of winds that could be over 100 miles per hour, and if that's the case, that we'll see even more damage from this storm. But this has landfall somewhere around St. Mark with damaging winds from Panama City all the way over to Perry, Florida, and then those hurricane force winds last all the way up into southern Georgia, and then tropical storm force winds all the way up into central Georgia. So you can see here that this.
Did you know that the biggest mistake you can make when recycling is recycling plastic? I've been recycling my plastic for over 15
is one of the stronger scenarios. Okay, this almost gets it up to Cat 4 status, and this is a pretty reliable model. Okay, and this has the hurricane reconnaissance data from the airplanes that we talked about yesterday. So I trust this model. It's not 100% correct. Obviously, I think the track's a little bit off, but this definitely could be a representation of the strength that we get out of the storm. Here's another view of it from the HAFS model. This shows us what the radar looked like. Watch how the circulation becomes more evident as we go later into time. Here's Tuesday into Wednesday at 2 a.m. We've got a well-formed eye here and likely 115 to 130 mile per hour winds going on around the eye wall. Something I want you to notice, though, is these bands on the front right quadrant of the storm are going to have embedded supercells in them, and there will be likely some tornadoes in the peninsula of Florida all the way over to Orlando, maybe even on the east side of Florida during the day on Wednesday, and that's something that we have to watch very closely. And then this shows landfall somewhere around 8 a.m. on Wednesday, right in the middle of the Big Bend. This would be a worst case scenario for storm surge in this area. And then as this comes onto land, once again, we still expect maybe hurricane force winds at this point by 2 p.m. on Wednesday. And we've got some very heavy rain going on up here in South Carolina. And we might even see some more tornadic activity right along the coast as the center of circulation stays a little bit farther inland. But the main threat here, I'm telling you guys, is going to be the very heavy rain as this thing moves off to the east and eventually goes back out to sea. And here's a wider view of that on the GFS. You can see Franklin and Adalia there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. You can see landfall, according to the GFS, would be as late as 11 a.m. on Wednesday. And that's another thing to keep in mind. If we do see the storm slow down, there's a chance that it gets even stronger than currently predicted. The earlier this makes landfall, the better. The longer it has over the Gulf, the stronger it possibly becomes. So 11 a.m. is a little late, but you can see how all of that rain spreads out across Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina as we go through the day on Thursday. And eventually by Friday, everything really starts to fizzle out. In that short period of time, though, there are some areas that will see well over 4 inches of rain between Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. I'm really concerned about whoever gets in the axis of heaviest rainfall here. There will be significant flash flooding because of this. Okay, so of course, we're going to be covering this live on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel. I think we're going to go live for a period of time tomorrow. We're going to have our Y'all Squad crew on the ground down there in Florida. We're going to try to get some interviews with local emergency managers and stuff like that. We'll also go over the forecast and take your questions and chat and all that good stuff. And then during landfall, we will be live probably for around 10 to 12 hours around it. So let's say landfall happens at 4 a.m. We'll probably start around, I don't know, midnight or 10 p.m. Tuesday, and then go all the way through 8 a.m. or something like that on Wednesday. So just make sure you're subscribed to the Ryan Hall Y'all channel, the main channel. Have notifications turned on so you don't miss any of this. We're going to have some potentially really important and life-saving information that we need to spread far and wide. And also, I know you're out there, a bunch of you just like hurricane watching, and we are going to have probably the best vantage point out of anybody with all of our storm chasers and camera networks and all that stuff. So help us make this a very informative event, and also help us do what we do best. If this ends up being a catastrophic storm and we're at the top of YouTube, we have the ability to potentially raise hundreds of thousands of dollars through our nonprofit organization for these people, and that's the ultimate goal. All right, I'm going to shut up now, and I'm going to start working on getting everything ready. You will hear from me multiple times between now and landfall here on the main channel and on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. So make sure you follow me everywhere, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Ooh.
Okay. Let's go back to our graphic here, and we'll look and see if that trial for the child in the hot vehicle has started. Not yet. So probably not really much time to get into that before oh my, well, this is something to save for another day, because this is going to be, I don't know. I guess we've got enough time for this. Oh, no, it's Fox. I'm not going to play Fox because they'll... Fox will demonetize you. Here's another one which is too long for our thing, but we'll put it on the list for something to look at later. Let's take a look at this one.
Is this Mr. Wright?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. Up next, we have people in the state of Michigan versus Donald Wright, file 22-6356FH. Mr. Wright, we are providing public access both in the courtroom and also online. We have Mr. Wright here with his lawyer, Mr. Gilbert, prosecuting attorney, Ms. Goodrich, and Agent Fagan from the Department of Corrections here for Agent Dudek. And we're here for sentencing on a charge of assault with intent to commit sexual penetration, 10-year felony. Mr. Gilbert, have you had a chance to review the pre-sentence report with your client?
Oh, we have, Your Honor.
Any additions or corrections?
There was just one correction, Your Honor, on the first page of the evaluation and plan, the third paragraph down, in describing my client being adopted. It says Dante was adopted. The second sentence of the third paragraph, Dante were adopted by the Wrights. That should be Donald was adopted by the Wrights because Dante is his brother.
Well, it says he and his biological brother, Deontay, were adopted by the Wrights. Did the Wrights adopt them both?
Oh, I misread that, Your Honor. My fault. I misread it.
Okay,
That is correct.
No worries. The advisory guidelines are at 5 to 23 months. Any scoring challenge?
I did, Your Honor. When I went through that, I wanted to point out that when I went through it, OB4, I didn't think she scored at 10. I understand that actual treatment is not necessary on OB4 for psychological damage, but I did want to read through the reports. I didn't see whether there have been any claim of that, and so I'm questioning OB4, and also I would question OB8.
That's the aspiration.
Yes, transportation. I know there was a car involved.
but I don't necessarily, in my reading of it, think that it was to another place of greater damage, or that the young lady was held longer than committed the offense. So I was questioning OB8. I thought that should be 0.
Thank you, Ms. Goodrich. We'll take them one at a time here. OB4 was scored at 10 points for serious psychological injury. The defense objections that should be scored at 0. Your response to that?
Your Honor, it does talk about, without having the victim have to testify, it does talk about in the agent's description of offense how she delayed reporting due to her fear as a result of that incident. I think that the description of the offense reflects the psychological trauma that she went through.
Do you know if the victim's intending to make a impact statement today?
She is.
Well, I mean, perhaps based on what's in the pre-sentence report, I would not score it because the fear during the offense does not support that score under the case law, and the probation agent's belief that anybody would have experienced a psychological harm also under the case law does not support the score. If we have a victim here that's making an impact statement, I think we should probably hear that statement before I make a decision whether there's sufficient record evidence for that. So maybe we should go out of order and take the victim impact statement now.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that Alyssa Washball would speak.
Okay. All right, go ahead and tell me anything that you wish me to know before I sentence Mr. Wright.
Okay. I would like to say that it's strongly impacted the way I live my life every day now. I feel like I can't walk alone at night or anywhere alone without feeling like someone's gonna do something to me. It hurt my mental health badly, and I did hurt myself because of it. And during that, I hurt the people around me as well. And I can't bring myself to walk alone anywhere. And the way I see people before isn't the same way I see them now. Like, I can't hang out with like my guy friends anymore by myself. I don't even trust hanging out with my girlfriends by myself anymore. I don't really trust older family members anymore because of it. And I think he deserves the maximum amount he can get because he is a grown man and I was 15 and he knew better than what he did.
Thank you.
I'm Jessica Burville, her mother. This was really bad, really bad. We spent sleepless nights with that little girl. She'd hurt herself, she cut herself, she tried to commit suicide, she was stealing alcohol. I mean, I didn't even know what to do. It was so bad. I didn't even want to leave her bedside. It was that bad. I made her sleep on the couch so I could hear if she moved to make sure that anytime she needed me, I was there. So I just wanted to make sure that nothing will ever happen to her again. I can't really prevent it, but I will try my hardest to be there for her in anything or something like this. It's not the first time it's happened to her, and it's bad that it happened again. And not by the same person, but it sucks to have to deal with this all over again with her.
Mr. Gritter, any further argument on what you
No further.
Mr. Rich, any further argument?
Your Honor, I think that the testimony of the victim establishes that there was psychological harm.
I agree. The victim described how it's impacted her life since the offense. In fact, some self-harm and affecting her relationships with other people, including friends, and broken trust and fearful. So I'll leave OB4 scored at 10 points. Now, in terms of OB8, that is scored at 15 points for exploitation, and the defense objects that there's insufficient evidence of that. It should be scored at 0. Ms. Goodrich, your response?
Your Honor, the defendant was driving his vehicle with the victim in it at the time of the sexual assault. They were in the vehicle. I believe that the victim had talked about in the agent's description of the offense how the defendant talked to her about a gun. When she was with him previously, she had seen that he had a gun that was tan in color, and while this time didn't actually see the gun, he was alluding to it, which made her afraid during this and caused some of the fear and delay in reporting the
I would leave the score at 15 points. Not really because of the gun or the fear of that, but under that offense variable, You score 15 points if a victim was escorted to another place of greater danger or to a situation of greater danger or held captive beyond the time necessary to commit the offense. The held captive beyond the time necessary to commit the offense is a closer call. He does say we're not leaving until something happens, but the something is really the assault. But I do think even though she left the house to go hang out with him, she didn't ask to go down to a dead end road at 11 p.m. at night and be isolated by this defendant. And so I think that is a place of greater danger for the defendant to bring a minor child to a dead end road at night where he can commit a crime against that person. So I'll leave OV8 scored at 15 points.
Thank you.
Mr. Rich, do you have any scoring challenges?
No, Your Honor.
The court has one. OV10, exploitation of a vulnerable victim, who was scored at 10 points for the offender exploiting a victim's physical disability, mental disability, or youth. I think certainly there's grounds for that and nobody's objected, but I wonder whether it should instead be scored at 15 points for predatory conduct based upon the fact that there was some pre-offense conduct here in that this defendant purchased vapes for this minor that she was not on previous occasions. So he's sort of establishing himself as someone that will provide things for her, and he's manipulating her in that fashion. So I want to hear from both counsel on whether that constitutes predatory conduct as pre-offense conduct directed at a victim for the primary purpose of victimization. Mr. Gilbert.
Well, my position on that would be, Your Honor, that the vapes and the purchase thereof were done independently, and it wasn't. I don't think there is any direct correlation to for them joining up with him and this incident happening. Again, I believe that 10 points should be scored here because of the youth. However, I don't know. Reading through it, I did not think that purchasing of that was predatory or grooming or that type thing. As just because he was doing it as a friend will do it or that type thing, even though she was underage and couldn't do it herself.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Goodrich.
Your Honor, I believe that does meet the definition of the predatory conduct pursuant to MCL 777.403A, the pre-offense conduct as the court described for the primary purpose of victimization. He did this while luring her to the car. So I believe that does qualify.
All right, I do think that that's sufficient evidence of pre-offense conduct where he's gaining her trust, he's providing her stuff that she can't otherwise obtain on her own, he's befriending her on social media, he's obtaining dates for her, he's an adult, providing a minor with things that they're not allowed to have, and then, he's leveraging that relationship to end up isolating her and sexually assault her. So I'm going to score OV10 at 15 points. It doesn't change the ultimate guideline score, but it does increase the OV to 70 points, still OV level 5, and a guideline range of 5 to 23. Mr. Gilbert, anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, and not to minimize at all what had happened or what the victim has gone through, I would like the court to take into consideration. I did ask for forensic in this case because, and none of that has changed with my interviews with Mr. Wright. I told him I was going to say this because it's true, he's very slow and has a very hard time processing things. And after I had to explain the whole procedure, even as this case developed over and over again, and be asked the same question over and over again, it's pretty obvious that cognitively he's not where he should be. I do believe that probably played a major role in this case, and not understanding the consequences of what was happening or how severe the conduct was. So I do ask the court to take that into consideration. And as I said, it's obviously something that I've been thinking about that from the beginning due to my request for the forensic. Even though we passed, that there was issues, and I think these issues existed and are part of the reason here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wright. It's not required that you would make a statement, but it is allowed. Is there anything you wish to say or no?
Yes, I would like to formally apologize to the court, to the victim, her family. I'm sorry that I did that to the job, and upon getting released, whether it's from here or whether I go to prison, I'm looking for guidance and seeking help. And I'll be on.
All right, thank you. Ms. Goodrich, any recommendations from the people?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We've discussed what occurred in this case. The defendant is 21 years old with no criminal history. He is unemployed with a high school degree. The recommendation is 23 months to 10 years with credit for 347 days. We did have a sentencing agreement to county jail cap, thinking 5-year probation due to the defendant's young age, and that the no contact will continue for those 5 years to assist the victim in feeling safe. However,
Thank you. Well, Mr. Wright, You're here for sentencing on assault with intent to commit a sexual penetration. It's a reduced charge from the charge of criminal sexual conduct in the third degree. Now, you confessed to the police before you even entered a plea here. You confessed to the police that you had sex with this underage victim. So your guilt on the CSE third is pretty evident. And the victim describes further, although you didn't confess to this part, that this was a forcible rape and under the threat or perceived threat of a gun that you had in the car, and she was fearful. Of course, I'm going to sentence you to prison. So it would be my intention to sentence you on the upper end of these guidelines to 23 months in prison to 10 years. That's the most I can do under the guidelines. I don't see a reason to exceed those. And give you credit for 347 days previously served, $68 in state cost, 130 crime victims assessment, $60 DNA fee, $350 in court costs. You're on the sex offender registry, which has already happened. And that would be my sentence, Mr. Wright. Now, that does go beyond what the plea agreement was, which included a sentence agreement for a county cap. So if you wish, you can withdraw your plea, and then you can go to trial on the CSE third. I'm going to give you a minute to talk with your attorney and see if what you want to do, if you want to go forward with the sentence I announced, whether you wish to withdraw your plea or whether you wish more time to think. So let's give you a minute, Mr.
Your Honor, would the court consider possibly?
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Would the court consider possibly maybe adjourning the sentencing because we know this would give me an opportunity to sit down with them.
Well, let me talk. I want you to talk to them first. Maybe you know.
I admire this judge. He takes this stuff seriously.
Mr. Gilbert, you've had some time to talk to Mr. Wright. Do you need some more time to go over
Yeah,
the
thank you,
topics?
Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Wright, it's a big decision with a lot of factors, so I will go ahead and continue this sentencing then to May 9th at 3 p.m. And at that time, you can advise the court whether you wish to go forward with the sentence as I've announced, or whether you wish to withdraw your plea and go to trial. Mr. Wright, I don't want you to make a decision right now that you regret in 5 minutes or 5 days or 5 months. I want you to take some time to think about it. So we'll come back on May 9th and give you time to talk to Mr. Wright. Okay? Yeah, week to May 9th doesn't increase by a single day how long you're going to be behind bars. So let's just give you time to think about that and talk to the lawyer. Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay. Right, next, I see Miss Ashley Stevens.
Okay, so I'm not sure why it seemed at the beginning that he was going to have him make a decision then, and then he just kicked the ball down the road, which actually to me seems to make a lot of sense. But you know, it's interesting that it seemed like there could have been a scenario where the victim would not have been allowed to make a statement before this
I thought that I was unmuted, so I've been talking. Okay, sorry about that. This was a protest over that sports official who kissed the Spanish soccer player on the lips after their victory over the United Kingdom the other day. And he's already vowed that he's not going to resign. But I think this looks like the people are going to say otherwise. They are not happy. I was watching the footage and he was like giving them all bear hugs, and it's just like kind of really inappropriate. I mean, it might be one thing for the coach to give him such an enthusiastic hug that, you know, he's a stranger to him. It says, Contigo Jenny, that's we are with you.
Ali, les voy a dar 5 minutos, igual bajamos.
Looking to see if I can find this footage that I was watching earlier today. Yeah. Yes, it was. Okay. Oh, we've got let's see. I found something here about the situation. FIFA.
On Saturday, it had suspended Spanish Federation chief Luis Rubiales from all football-related activities for 3 months. That's while it investigates an incident in which he kissed player Jenny Hermoso on the lips after Spain's Women's World Cup victory. The suspension from national and international activities takes effect immediately from Saturday. Just 24 hours earlier, Rubiales had been defiant over the kiss, arguing it was consensual and repeatedly saying that he would not resign.
No voy a dimitir.
Adding that what he called false feminists were, quote, trying to kill me. The kiss has been condemned as unwanted by Hermoso, her teammates, and the Spanish government. Earlier on Saturday, the federation he heads said it would stick by him. However, after FIFA's decision was announced, a spokesperson for the Royal Spanish Football Federation said it respected all FIFA's pronouncements. In a statement hours before the FIFA move, the federation had said it would show there have been lies told about what happened by Hermoso or people speaking for her. Hermoso said she did not consent to the kiss and felt, quote, vulnerable and the victim of an aggression. The Spanish government cannot fire Rubiales, but has strongly denounced his actions and said on Friday it was seeking to get him suspended. The Spain women's team has also mutinied, saying they would not play internationals while Rubiales remains head of the federation.
Okay, and once again we have a case of the one person who I guess you would have to say is the aggressor, who is initiating the action, getting his signals mixed up, or will either willfully or accidentally. It's hard to say, but yeah, clearly he's tone deaf. Let's see. Let's see what there is. If there's anything else new today. Nope, I'm not seeing anything else at the moment. And it looks like our lunch break is running along. Let me see if take a look and see what Law and Crime with the flagpole has any indications. Looks like Law and Crime has broken their stream into 2 segments, saying they, due to some editing requirements, I suspect that might be to wanting to remove the younger brother DL's name. Oh, the body language guy has done an analysis on the kiss by the Spanish guy, and his thumbnail says controlling gesture. Yeah, I would say so, because he's holding her head in his hands and totally under control. Maybe we'll save that for later. Well, I guess we'll go to this interview with Quenisha Johnson.
As you spoke to Quenisha Johnson right after the sentencing, Julia, what did she have to say?
Spoke to her for the first time, Ted, because even though she was sentenced to 5 years confinement, she is out on bond pending her appeal. So we got to see her walking out of the courthouse with her children, with her family. They've been upbeat when they go into the courtroom every day, but today was a different kind of relief, a different kind of happiness from those family members. And here's what she had to say about those who've been watching this trial and how she feels about everything that happened.
I'm not looking for the rest of my life. You know, these families been here. Very supportive, yes. A lot of them came from Philadelphia. It's sad. I mean, they say people show no remorse. I'm very remorseful. Just because I don't sit there and cry, and I can't cry on cue. I'm mentally disturbed. I'm disturbed and whole. You know, I can't express it enough. Like, I love Demonte to death, and I still to this day.
What would you change about that night if you could go back?
What I would probably would. I mean, I didn't know where to go, but you know, if I could have got my kids and left, which I was aiming to do. I don't really think there's anything else that I could have changed. You know, that was my home. My kids was in there. All I wanted to do was retrieve my kids.
Johnson also said she wishes that the police had done more that night. And that's something that Her Honor, Judge Morris, mentioned as well when she was sentencing, that these officers didn't protect her and they didn't protect DeMonte Smith that night.
Yeah, what a case it still is. You spoke to Michael Sterling, her attorney. We watched him front and center throughout this trial, arguing with just such passion. What did he have to say, and what about the appeal, if you will? That, I assume, is going to be something he'll start working on fairly quickly.
Fairly quickly, within the next 30 days. He said he's first going to file that motion for a new trial with the same judge. And if that motion for a new trial is denied, then they go to the appellate court. The judge mentioned that 911 call that was made in 2018 by an ex-girlfriend, the one who didn't appear, who the defense wanted to bring into the courtroom, and they have accused the victim's family of potential witness tampering. He said that could be a big issue on their appeal or in their appeal. But I asked him about how rare it is and whether it's really rare for him to have a client out on bond after they've been sentenced to time behind bars. Take a listen.
This is the first case I've ever handled personally where it's actually happened. So you don't see it happen a lot, but you know, what Court TV knows and what your viewers know, what the judge knows, what the jurors did not know, was that we were looking for a missing witness that was critical to our case. I don't know if that played into the judge's decision, but the judge knows we were looking for a missing witness that was critical to our case, and that the family of the decedent, in this case, had been in touch with that missing witness, had talked to her, had spent time with her. And so the judge knows that. And I don't know if that played any into her mind, but obviously that's going to be an issue that's going to be important for me to raise on my motion for new trial.
Keep in mind, in this case, the victim's family and the prosecution were asking for 30 years behind bars for this defendant, and with much of that being something that would not be served on house arrest, the way the defense asked for and did get a significant portion, Ted.
It's very rare you see someone not being remanded into custody after, first of all, being convicted. But now after the sentencing, for sure, I just figured we'd see her in handcuffs and being carted off to the Department of Corrections. Not the case. We also heard, though, before that, a lot of emotion from the victim family, impact at both sides, especially DeMonte's mother.
Right. We first heard from his sister, who said that her brother was her anchor. He was her rock in this really confusing world, that he was someone who really loved Quenisha Johnson, that he was head over heels, was always telling his family about her, how lucky he was to be with her. And then his mother spoke. She had a really poignant victim impact statement where she explained to the judge her son is not the monster that he was painted as by the defense.
You took his life and said bye. You showed no remorse for him. None. Not for me, not for my daughter, not for his kids. I can't believe that I felt sorry for you for a moment. But I didn't know all the facts. I didn't know everything. I have no remorse for you. I have no. Empathy because you had no remorse for my son and you showed no empathy for him. You deserve every single year they can give to you.
And Bernetta Campbell left early during that sentencing hearing. She heard the beginning parts of what the judge was saying, and it seemed that she didn't want to hear anymore, especially when there was the discussion of the house arrest for the portion of this sentence that Quenisha Johnson is going to serve. So it's clearly been very difficult for them to sit through and hear all of these facts, and especially the portrayal she said today of her son during this trial. But we did offer her an opportunity as well, Ted, to speak to us. She did not come to this area to speak, but really speaking more than we've heard throughout this trial from her during that victim impact statement.
Yeah, very sad all around. This is a difficult case. It has been. Boy, Julie J., thank you for your coverage of this case over the past week plus.
Now, again, during this interview, he described the sleeping arrangements of he and Breasia. And did he again mention that Breasia kicked him?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about this place he mentioned. At some point, you ask him about the different places he went that morning with his dad. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did he seem to get very frustrated at that point of the interview?
Yes.
You asked him about going fishing, is that right?
Yes.
And he indicated he didn't remember the fishing part.
At one point.
At one point. But then he describes that he went to a place where he got stuck. Is that fair?
Where his dad got stuck.
His dad got stuck. And you tried to ask him about that area. What did he report to you?
That there was dirt and there was a hill.
Did he describe it being by a place where you work?
Yes.
And did he try to describe different things about that place and what it looked like?
Yes.
At that time, were you able to understand what he was talking about?
No.
Did that appear to frustrate him as well?
Yes.
Now, during this interview, he also was talking about 2 fishing places. Is that fair?
Yes.
And again, was he trying to describe to you the two different places where his dad told him he had gone fishing?
Yes, kind of.
Why do you say kind of?
Well, he just talked about two fishing places, but he didn't decipher between both of them.
And again, he talked about this knife and seeing the knife and his dad wiping it down with bleach. Is that fair?
Yes.
Objection leading. Sustained.
What did he report about the knife?
That his dad wiped it down with bleach.
Now, he does ask you a question about what the knife looked like at some point in the interview. Do you recall that?
DL asked me.
And let me be a little bit more specific. At some point, did he discuss blood on the knife?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
He asked if there was blood on the knife, and I didn't know what he was talking about. And he said that he had heard that.
Did he report to you who he heard that from?
People downtown.
And at that point, did you ask him if he heard it at the police station?
Yes.
And what was his answer to that?
They heard it downtown.
Now, during that interview, you repeatedly were telling him that he wasn't telling you everywhere that they went. Is that fair?
Yes.
What specifically were you referring to?
Well, I knew that we had videos from that morning where Henry had gone, and we also had DL with Henry at the trailer that morning. So I knew that he hadn't told us about his dad going to Walmart.
And at one point, you specifically asked about going to a store. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what was his response to that?
That he never went to any stores.
Now, after you were done with this portion of the interview, did you continue to interact with DL that day?
Yes.
How so?
We took him on another drive.
And what was the goal of this drive?
To see if we could jog his memory. We knew that his dad had gone to the Walmart in Clinton, and so we wanted to see if he could remember going that way with his father.
How did you drive to Clinton?
We decided that the best, we knew that his mom on the day of July 10th had met Henry at the McDonald's at Eastern and Kimberly. And we went to McDonald's because we knew that he would remember that place specifically. And so that's where we started.
And from there, what was your path of travel?
We went up Eastern and all the way up to Veterans Memorial, and then we turned westbound. And when we turned westbound, he thought he was going to his grandma's house, which is off of 65th because Veterans turns into 65th. He asked if we were going there, and we said no. And then we turned northbound on 61.
As you started driving northbound on 61, did DL start talking more about the things that he could remember?
At some point he did, yes.
While you were driving towards Highway 30, at some point, did you ask him about, again, those fishing places?
Yes.
Do you remember what his response was?
That he went to 2 fishing spaces.
Did he specify if the direction that you guys were traveling was towards one of the places he went?
Yes.
And what did he describe about that?
That there was a hill and there was water.
And do you recall him talking again about a dirt road where his dad got stuck?
Yes.
And again, did he indicate that you were traveling towards that place?
Yes.
Do you recall if he reported why he was ever on that road with his dad?
No.
Now, at some point, you reached the exit towards Highway 30 to go east on Highway 30. Is that fair?
Yes.
And how did DL react at that point?
He told us that we weren't going the right way.
Which way had you guys started to go?
East. Which way originally were we going, or could you read?
Sure. So as you were heading north towards, or on Highway 61.
Yes.
Once you got to the exit towards East Highway 30, how did you proceed at that time?
Sergeant Pfeiffer took Highway 30.
You would have started going east?
Yes.
Towards Clinton?
Correct.
So how did DL react at that time?
He told us we weren't going the right way, that we got off on the wrong place.
At that time, how did your car proceed?
I had told Sergeant Pfeiffer that we should probably go back, and he continued eastbound.
And were you heading to a specific place at that point?
Yes.
Where were you going?
We were going to Walmart in Clinton.
Once you got to the Walmart in Clinton, how did DL react?
He said that he was there.
Did he indicate when he was there?
That his dad had drove him there.
Did he describe what his dad had done once they got to that location?
He stated that his dad had gone in there. I asked him what his dad went in there for. He said he thought it was food. I asked him if he ever got any food. He said, no, my dad put it in the trunk.
Did he report what he was doing during that time period?
Yes.
What did he indicate?
He stated that he had got on his dad's phone that he had left in the car.
And did he mention anything specifically about the battery of his dad's phone?
Yes, he stated that his dad had the battery out of his phone, and when his dad went in the store, he put the battery back into his phone and he started playing a game on his dad's phone.
While you were in the Clinton area, did you drive DL around to any other places?
We went back on 61. It was like every time he saw a patch of trees, he kind of would point over that he thought his dad went down there.
So we kept trying to point out different wooded areas.
Yes.
Now, Detective Hammis, at some point in March of 2021, were you aware that the remains of Breasia Terrell were located?
Yes,
And did you learn where those remains had been located?
yes,
Did you yourself ever go to that scene?
yes.
What did it look like when you got there?
It looked like a wooded area with a hill and with some water by it, and there was a dirt road.
The hill that you're describing, what was significant about the hill?
It was steep. You couldn't drive a car down there, I don't believe, or you wouldn't want to.
Fair to say you have to walk down a hill to get to the water area?
Yes,
So after Breasia's remains were located, did some of the statements that DL made to you start to make more sense?
yes.
In what way?
Because it was by the Kunow implement, there were trucks, there were orange and red trucks. He was trying to describe, he kept talking about like a hook. When I reviewed my interviews, I don't know if he could have been talking about the machinery that is at the Kunow implement. He talks about a fishing place. People go fishing down there. And he talked about a hill and in the woods.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Freeze.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The testimony you just gave about what DL meant about machinery and trucks, that's just your speculation about Kunow implement, isn't it?
Yes,
And not all the statements he made make sense to you today, do they?
not all of his statements?
Right.
Correct.
Just some of them.
Some of them.
And that includes the fishing place, correct?
What do you mean by that?
The fishing place makes sense now after seeing the location where Breasia's remains were found.
Correct.
Credit Island also is a fishing place, correct?
Correct.
And there's also down near Credit Island, a lot of industrial stuff going on, right?
On the island?
Near the island.
Yes.
Okay. And DL didn't tell you anything about the second time about 6 guys pushing out the car when the car got stuck, did he?
No.
Okay. You'd agree with me that a lot of details from the first interview were either omitted or added in the second interview, right? They don't match up.
I don't agree with that statement. I think a lot of things do match up.
Okay, let's go through those. First of all, give me your educational background again, please.
I graduated from high school and I went to Western Illinois University. Graduated.
What was your degree in?
Law enforcement.
Do you have any type of training or education in child psychology?
No, just some classes that I took while I was in college.
Any degree or training in behavioral psychology?
No.
And as far as forensic interviewing, you had a 20-hour course back in, I think, 2008?
2012.
Since 2012, have you done anything other than a 20-hour course?
For forensic interviewing, no.
Okay. When we'll say a child comes in on a sex abuse case in the Davenport Police Department, do you conduct a forensic interview?
It depends how old the child is.
Okay. An 8-year-old child is alleged to have been sexually abused in Davenport. That report comes into the Davenport Police Department. Are you the one that does the forensic interview?
Typically, we send them to the Child Protection Response Clinic.
Why would you do that instead of having you do it?
Because we want the kid to feel comfortable and we want it to be unbiased and we want the kid to tell their story. And that's how the Scott County Attorney would like us to do it.
And you'd agree that a forensic interviewer has more training, experience, and tools to use than you would, correct?
I think that I have quite a bit of experience in the last 25 years interviewing victims and witnesses. I don't know if I have the forensic training that you're talking about, but I have interviewed many people in the last 25 years.
Are you characterizing either of these two interviews that we just saw as forensic interviews?
I'm calling it an interview by a detective.
Okay. Because in a forensic interview, you don't want to ask direct or leading questions, do you?
Open-ended questions.
But in your interviews, both of them, you did use direct and leading questions. Would you agree with that?
I asked direct questions. I wouldn't say leading. DL gave me information, and I also had information before going into the second interview. And I was trying to acquire information that only DL had because he was with his dad that day.
But in a forensic interview, you don't want to do that, do you?
I wasn't doing a forensic interview. I was interviewing him as a police officer, trying to get information.
But it's important not to lead in an interview with a child, is it not?
In a forensic interview, yes. When they are the victim of something, yes. You want them to tell their story, yes.
Why don't you want an 8-year-old child to tell his story anyway?
Yes.
Okay, so it's important not to lead an 8-year-old child in an interview. You ask open-ended questions, right?
I don't feel that I was leading DL in that interview. He gave me information and I asked him about the information he gave me.
Is it best practice when you interview an 8-year-old child to allow the child's mother and another officer in the interview?
As a witness, yes.
Okay. And in that first interview, how many times had he been interviewed by officers prior to your formal interview?
I interviewed him at the apartment complex, and then Detective Obert interviewed him for a while before I came in.
Okay, so twice.
Yes.
So this is the third time he sat down, no matter how long. This is the third time he sat down with police. And what time of day was this?
Which interview are you talking about?
First one we saw today.
The first one I think was at 3:48 or at the police department?
Yes.
Yes.
So by 3:50 p.m., he has talked to police now 3 separate times, correct?
He talked in the morning and then Detective Obert started the interview and I came in. So I would say it's the second interview of him.
And in the morning, that was with you, right?
In the what?
In the morning, that was with you?
Yes.
What time in the morning was it?
I think it was between 10:30 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And when you talked to him that morning, did he tell you anything about bleach at that time?
No.
Did he tell you anything about a knife at that time?
No.
Did he tell you that he had seen Breasia that morning at some time when it was light out?
No.
What questions were you asking him at 10:30 in the morning?
I was asking him if he saw his sister, if he knows anything about his sister. I asked if they knew anyone in the area. He told me that Andrea had told him that his dad and Bree had left.
So he didn't tell you he saw her at sometime around sunrise that morning in the first interview, right?
No.
No, I'm right. No, he didn't, or no, I'm not right.
No, he did not.
Okay. And when you were at the apartment that morning, and you found the bleach under the sink, other than that immediate area, did you have occasion to move about the apartment and make observations?
Yes.
Did you smell any odor of bleach in that apartment?
No.
In that second interview, now the one that we saw first today, you told DL, first of all, that it was a safe place, right?
Yes.
You do that every time, right?
I do that most times, yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
To let them know that they can talk about anything in the interview room, because sometimes people tell them not to tell the police stuff.
And then DL told you, quote, "I always forget stuff," close quote. Remember him saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to him that he had a good brain, he had a smart brain?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let him know that he's a smart kid.
You did that a number of times throughout both interviews. Why'd you do that?
Well, first off, his mom had told me that he forgets stuff a lot of times in our initial interview. And then second of all, he keeps telling me that he doesn't remember. He's also, I can tell that he's getting tired because it's been a long day.
Okay. So his mother told you that he has issues with forgetting things, right?
Comprehending and forgetting. Yes, he's an 8-year-old child.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that 8-year-old children do have trouble sometimes comprehending and remembering incidents, right?
They have a hard time understanding stuff at times, yes.
Would you also agree with me that sometimes 8-year-old children will say things to please adults to get out of a situation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever get a sense that maybe DL was doing that in either of your interviews?
No.
Okay. And you don't feel that either of the two interviews, or even the ride-alongs you did with DL, nothing about those was suggestive at all?
Suggestive? I don't know what you mean by that with those rides.
Well, forget about the rides for a second. In the second interview, you and he talk about the knife. Recall that discussion with the knife?
Yes.
And I want to make sure I get it right here. DL and you got talking about, you asked him if DL asked his dad about the bleach and the knife. Recall asking that question?
Yes.
Recall what he said in response?
He never did ask his dad about it.
Because he was afraid that his dad was going to stab him. Wasn't that his response?
That's what he said.
And then you asked him why he was afraid of his dad. Recall asking that question?
Yes.
And what did DL respond?
Can I look at my report again?
May she? She may. And I'm looking just particularly at the top of page 7 of 8 of your report, ma'am.
He said, because he is mean.
And then he went on to explain that he was mean because his dad lost his sister, right?
Correct.
Okay. Later on, a couple minutes later, you asked DL if he saw his dad cut something with that knife. Recall that question?
Yes.
Do you recall his response?
He didn't see anything.
Well, did you not say he did not respond? He had to cut something because they said there was blood on the knife?
I said that. He said that, yes.
Okay. What'd you do in response?
I asked him who they were.
Okay, and he told you the people downtown. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you also followed up by saying if he was talking about people at the police department, right?
I did.
And what did the DL say?
He said yes.
Yes, the people down here is what he said specifically, right?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
that the police never told him that.
How do you know that?
Well, I was the interviewer of him. I don't know if he heard that from someone else, but I interviewed him and I was the only one he said something to that about the knife about, I believe. So I don't know where he would hear that or if someone else from outside heard that, but he didn't say anything during my interviews about blood being on a knife.
How about Detective Obert?
I don't know. I don't think that Detective Obert knew about a knife during the initial interview. I wasn't in the room.
So Detective Obert did interview him outside your presence, right?
He did.
And there were other people walking around the interview area, right?
On December 10th?
This is January 23, is it not? Or July 23?
I was the one that interviewed him on the 23rd of July, not Detective Obert.
Okay. But he did say someone from the police department told him there was blood on the knife, right? And you just discount that offhand, right?
He said that someone told him he did not see blood on a knife.
Okay. But the point is, his allegation was somebody from the police department put that idea in his head, right?
He said he heard that somewhere, but he never saw blood on a knife.
I don't care what he saw. What I'm trying to point out is someone at the police department, according to DL, told him there was blood on the knife. And that's what he told you, right?
He said he heard that.
At the police department, correct?
Yes.
And you said no, right?
I told him that a police officer didn't tell him that.
Okay. The one thing that was consistent in both interviews that you did that we saw today was that DL said that he saw Breasia and his father, or heard Breasia at least, but his father leave with Breasia at a time where the sun was up, correct?
Correct.
And I think you did a little calculation on your watch or phone or whatever and said that sunup was 5:38 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So that's something that's consistent, correct?
At times.
When did DL give you inconsistent information with seeing DL and Breasia at a time other than when the sun had risen?
He had stated that he had seen her in the bathroom at nighttime before his dad went down the stairs with her. So he had seen her and at nighttime, he said. And then he said that Andrea had come into the bathroom, and we know that was at 3 o'clock, and Breasia and his dad were already gone.
Okay. But he was very specific that when he heard them leave, saw dad leave and heard Breasia's voice, both times he said it was light out, correct?
He talked about it being light out, yes.
And both times you said his dad was talking about cars at that point in time, right?
Yes.
And that's consistent, right?
That is consistent.
You also heard DL tell you, in at least one of the interviews, that his father's phone was acting up, right?
He said that his dad's phone wasn't taking calls.
Okay. He also told you that Breasia liked going over to Mr. Dinkins. Recalls him saying that?
He said that she liked the snacks and wanted to go back.
Okay. In the first interview, he told you that he was kicked in the bed, right?
Yes.
That detail was left out of the second interview, wasn't it?
No.
Okay. both interviews, he indicated that his dad had come home and was acting silly, he said in the first interview, but was yelling both times about his orange juice, right?
Correct.
That's consistent in both interviews.
Yes.
Right. And that they went to a couple of places. He said that in both interviews, right?
Yes.
The first interview, he talks about going fishing and paying somebody $100, right?
Yes.
Doesn't say that in the second interview, though, does he?
Talks about going fishing in both interviews.
Yeah, but it doesn't say about paying somebody $100, right?
Not in the second interview, I don't believe.
Doesn't talk about the 6 guys he saw down at Credit Island in the second interview, does he?
No.
He doesn't talk about, well, when he talks about bleach, he just talks about bleach. That's all he talks about, right? He doesn't refer to a spray bottle, for instance, of bleach cleaner.
He talked about a bottle that bleach goes into.
Okay. But he never used the term cleaner bleach, right?
No.
Okay. And these photographs of the knife and the hatchet you showed him, were those just ones taken off the internet?
Yes.
And he identified the machete, if you will, as having a purple handle, correct?
Yes.
There was no purple-handled machete seized in this case, was there?
No.
And he talked about a purple rag being used to wipe off the machete. There was no purple rag seized in this case, was there?
I believe there was a purple rag.
And there's no trace evidence or blood evidence from that purple rag, was there?
I don't know. I didn't have anything to do with that.
Now, when you went to Credit Island, correct me if I'm wrong, but you folks took him there on the drive the first time because you were playing the odds. That's where you thought he might have been talking about, right?
We took him to the river and he ended up taking us to Credit Island. We actually passed Credit Island initially and he had us turn around and go back.
Okay. So he was pretty sure he'd been to Credit Island, is what you're telling me.
Yes.
But it was you and the other officers who decided to take him to the river, right?
Correct.
You don't think that's a little bit suggestive?
He said he was by water and we believe that it was somewhere close to us. So I think that is a normal thing that you would probably take him by the river somehow.
Are there any other bodies of water around the Davenport Quad Cities area you thought about taking him to?
At that point, no. We had known that his dad had a trailer down by Schmidt Road. So we thought it was a hunch that it would be in that area, and that's why we went that way.
And then he told you that when they went to Credit Island, that's where they got stuck, right?
No, he didn't say that.
He also told you when he got to Credit Island, he never left the car, right?
Detorius never left the car. His dad made him stay in the car.
And then he was able, even though he didn't leave the car, to show you these footprints that belonged to his dad, right?
Yes.
How was he able to show you footprints that belonged to his dad if he never left the car?
Where we were parked, you could see where if someone got out of the car, they walked down, and he took us to where his dad walked down, and there were footprints. And then in his mind, those became his dad's footprints. Whether they were or not, I don't know. But that's how he came to that assumption that those were his dad's footprints.
Okay, so when you got him out of the car, his little mind got to work and they became dad's footprints, is what you're saying.
They could have been his dad's footprints. I don't know. But he said that's where his dad was standing. And so he said those were his dad's footprints.
Were you ever able to confirm the story about 6 people being there at Credit Island and getting paid $100?
DL stated his dad told him that. He did not see that.
Did he ever tell you that he was present for the shooting of his sister?
No.
Did he ever tell you that his dad got out of the car and poured bleach into a ditch area?
No.
Have you had any discussions with Detective Pfeiffer about that comment that DL has said that he saw his sister get shot.
Have I heard?
Have you had any discussions with Detective Pfeiffer about DL saying he saw his sister get shot?
No.
Are you aware that DL has given testimony that he now says he saw his sister get shot?
I heard that.
Okay, where?
Just people talking at the police department. But I have not witnessed that, nor did he tell me that.
Are you aware that it's likely understood that he overheard a conversation between Detective Pfeiffer and his mother about the way Breasia Terrell died? And that's where that statement likely came from?
I have no idea what he heard, but I would imagine at some point he found out that his sister had been shot.
Did he ever tell you that Andrea Culberson went with him, his sister, and his father to a place and witnessed his sister get shot?
No.
DL told you in that first interview he saw a fishing pole at some point, right?
At some point he said he saw a fishing pole.
That fishing pole was in the Impala's trunk, right?
Yes.
No fishing pole was found in the Impala's trunk, to your knowledge, was there?
No.
The second interview, you described DL as being guarded. Now, after watching the video, you still hold that opinion that his behavior was guarded?
Yeah. Yes.
So you think that an interview of an 8-year-old child should typically end up with the child crying and on the floor?
Not typically.
How many times do you recall asking him if his father told him not to say something?
A couple of times I asked him that.
Why?
Because I know that his dad had told him not to say anything about the trailer. So I wanted to know if his dad had asked him or told him not to say anything about anything else.
How'd you know that?
Because he told me that.
Who did? DL?
I think it was Aisha that told me that originally.
Okay. Would it have been appropriate for Aisha and DL to discuss the events of Breasia's disappearance between the two interviews?
Do I think it's appropriate?
As an investigator, would you want them to discuss the case?
I think that's a hard question because he's an 8-year-old child and him and his mom are both trying to figure out what happened to Breasia. So I think that would be a common thing for someone to be asking what happened and for a little boy to be wondering where his sister's at.
Okay. You'd agree with me that his demeanor toward his dad was different in the first interview versus the second interview, right?
Yes.
Second interview, he's antagonistic toward his father, right?
Yes.
Calls him a bum, right?
Yes.
Won't use his name, right?
Correct.
Says he's in jail for the rest of his life, right?
Yes.
Says he's never going to see him again, right?
Yes.
Did you talk with him at all about why his attitude had changed so much?
No.
You don't think perhaps that someone has put it in his head now that his father's responsible for the abduction of his sister?
He said that his dad had lost his sister and that's what he believed.
Okay. He also told you that when Henry picked up he and Breasia from his grandmother's house, his grandmother, this is the second interview, told Breasia not to go. Recall that?
Yes.
But that's not true, is it?
His grandma at first had told her not to go.
And DL told you the reason that his grandma said not to go was because grandmother was afraid that Henry was going to do something to Breasia. Recall that?
He did say that.
And that's not accurate either, is it?
That's what he said.
Okay. But through your investigation, that's not why she said at first, don't go.
I don't know why she said not to go with him.
You told DL at the beginning of your second interview, I'm going to quote you here, "I'm going to believe you no matter what you say." You told him that, right?
Yes, I did.
That wasn't true, though, was it?
That is true.
Well, he told you things that you took him to task on. You told him when he didn't tell you about going to Clinton that you knew he wasn't telling you everything.
Because I knew he wasn't telling me everything, that didn't mean it wasn't the truth. He just wasn't telling me everything.
Okay. He told you again in the second interview that he forgot stuff, right?
Yes.
And again, that's consistent with what Aisha told you, his mother, right?
Yes.
In the second interview, you asked him straight out, did Dad tell you to not say anything? And he responded forcefully, nothing, right?
Yes.
Did you believe that?
I did believe him when he said that.
Okay. And when he told you he didn't remember going to the store, did you believe that?
I believe he didn't remember going to the store.
Okay. So his memory, you'll agree, may have been a little faulty, right? For whatever reason.
I wouldn't call it faulty.
Incomplete.
I think kids don't remember everything at the time we want them to remember.
Okay. But again, you're not a child psychologist or behavioral psychologist, right?
No, I'm not.
And this second drive you took him on, how long was that drive?
Well, we stopped a couple of places. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
It was a couple hours at least, wasn't it?
I would say it was over an hour at least, yeah.
And again, you took him out Highway 61 and over Highway 30 because that's the route that you thought Mr. Dinkins took, right?
We knew that he had gone to Walmart in Clinton, and that's why we went up 61. And Sergeant Piper's the one that decided to go to Highway 30 and go eastbound.
Did you folks have phone records yet at that point?
On the 23rd? Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Had you compared phone records and used that as a basis for the route?
I believe that we knew he had been in Clinton. I couldn't tell you the phone records because that's not my forte.
Is there only one way to get to Clinton from here?
No.
Okay. So the route you took, and you asked DL to kind of look for places he may have been, right?
Correct.
You don't think that the route you took without DL guiding you wasn't a little bit suggestive?
No.
Especially when you're driving down the road and he's pointing out wooded areas and said, that's where Dad took me. That's where Dad took me. That's where Dad took me.
Do I think that's suggestive?
Yes.
No.
How many wooded areas did DL point to along the way?
I think there was 2 or 3.
Okay. And then when he said going up 61 and getting off 30, it needed to keep going, the decision was made to not keep going?
That was not my decision. I actually said to go back.
And was there a discussion as to why we weren't going to go back?
Sergeant Piper wanted to go to Walmart because he thought that that would bring, that was a starting point for DL.
On the way back, did anybody decide to go off the way DL said to go?
No.
Did DL identify that location on the way back?
We ended up going back and he told us that the way we were going is the way his dad went back.
Okay. In that drive, it wasn't as simple as DL just sitting there looking out the window. He was pretty hyperactive, right?
He was.
He took Sergeant Piper's phone from him, didn't he?
He did.
And he put a passcode on it, for instance, didn't he?
He did.
He wasn't completely attentive during this drive, was he?
No.
Who else was along?
It was me.
Okay. So somebody gave DL a cell phone to play with while you're on this drive, right?
Sergeant Piper's phone was by Sergeant Piper and he just picked it up. He wasn't given the phone, I don't believe.
Okay. So you would characterize DL as being not too attentive during this drive, right?
I think at times he was attentive, but he was over driving and kept asking us when he could go home.
Okay. In your experience, is it important that when witnesses give you versions of the events, that they stay consistent?
In my experience, it is normal for things to be inconsistent, especially when you're dealing with trauma. A lot of times when we interview people, we actually want to wait a week or two because of trauma. You don't always remember everything correctly. So that's just something that I have learned. So, yeah.
Okay. But let's say after 2 years, that story should be consistent with what happened, let's say, in an interview 2 weeks after the event. That's important, isn't it?
I think it is important, but I also think in the mind of a child, a lot changes and develops in a child.
Okay.
So there's a lot going on there.
You ever been certified as an expert to give that kind of opinion?
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Thank you, Your Honor, excuse me. Detective Hammis, 2 years goes by after an event. Would you expect that person to report to you word for word the exact same story that they would have 2 weeks after an event?
No.
Why not?
Because they don't remember everything 2 years later. That's why police do reports so that we can refer back to it, because our recollection is not always everything, especially since you hear things from every which direction. That's why we do reports, because you hear things, but that may not be what was told to you.
Now you were asked about consistency within statements. And again, specifically with children and interviewing children, would you expect every interview to be the exact same information provided?
No.
Again, why not?
Because it's a different interview. It's also a different time. Time is hard for children to understand. That's from my experience. And they also can remember something else, or maybe something that they forgot that they didn't tell the last time.
Now, in both interviews, DL does mention that they went to a place where his dad got stuck, right?
Yes.
And he specifically said that that was not on Credit Island.
Correct.
Now, you were asked about whether DL reported seeing his dad taking bleach and pouring it on some bushes. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Didn't DL report to you that he saw his dad take bleach down by the water?
Yes.
You were asked about interviewing children and asking open-ended questions and not leading questions. Why is it that you would want to ask more open questions versus leading questions?
So that they can give you their own experience.
And are there some interviews where you do have to ask children about direct information?
Yes.
When do those situations arise?
Well, there's numerous times that situations like that can arise, but we had information that we knew about, and we knew that DL also knew about, and I knew he wasn't telling me everything. And so that's when I would tell him that I knew he also went somewhere else, and I would ask him if he would tell me that.
And so during that interview, you're asking him about going to stores, for example, right?
Yes.
But you specifically never use the word Walmart.
Correct.
Why not?
I wanted him to tell me what store he went to.
So certainly you could have said, we know you were at Walmart, we have you on camera at Walmart, but you didn't do that.
Correct.
Again, why not?
I wanted him to give me that information.
Now, you were asked about whether DL was just trying to say things to get out of the interview. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Again, did it appear that he was just trying to tell you what you wanted to hear towards the end of his interviews?
No.
Objection, calls for speculation, move to strike.
Sustained.
Again, though, you're specifically asking him about stores, and he doesn't bring up stores, correct?
Yes.
He specifically denies going to a store,
Yes.
even though that was the information you were asking him about.
Yes.
Now, again, in both interviews, DL brings up this knife and seeing his dad clean the knife with bleach. Now, during that first interview, to your knowledge, had any such knife been recovered yet?
No.
And so as far as you know, were you the first person that he talked to about that knife?
Yes.
And did that become a basis for a search warrant for that trailer later on?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was a knife similar to what he described located?
Yes.
Now, he did indicate that the knife handle was purple. Is that fair?
Yes.
But he also talked to you about a purple rag.
Yes.
And that the purple rag was used to clean that knife.
Yes.
That you were asked questions about DL's change in demeanor towards his father from the first interview to the second interview. Did that surprise you that he had this change in demeanor?
No.
Why not?
Because his sister wasn't home, and he believed that his dad lost his sister.
And is it understandable that an 8-year-old child might start to feel some anger about that.
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
When you arrived at Credit Island with DL on the July 10th, did DL indicate where you should park?
Yes.
And do you know why he indicated to a particular area?
He told me that's where his dad parked.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Ma'am, in your second interview, you do recall making the statement to DL, "You'll help your mom if you help me," certainly, right?
Yes.
You don't think that's unduly suggestive?
No.
So you have a kid here who's obviously thinks his father is responsible for the abduction of his sister, and you say a statement like that, you don't think that is intended to elicit some sort of information that's going to further incriminate his dad?
I want to find Breasia, and that's what I wanted him to help me do.
Okay. You'd agree with me, you just said he thought his father had abducted his sister, right? Or lost his sister.
Lost his sister, yes.
And he came into that second interview talking to you through that prism, right?
He felt his dad had lost his sister.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Your statement, you're helping your mom by helping me, was that directly after he said, "I'm willing to help my mom find Breasia"?
Correct.
No further questions.
Mr. Freeze? You may step down.
Your Honor, the state rests.
Thank you. Do we wish to take up motions now, or? All right, thank you. We'll be in adjournment until about
Okay. That wasn't music from the channel. That was another tab suddenly started playing. So I'm a bit bemused, and I'm hoping that that little bit of music doesn't get me demonetized. I tried to get rid of it quickly. Probably is okay because I think I had the mic muted. So if the mic was muted, then probably everything is fine. Okay, so we were going to look for some of the stuff that I'd found the last break. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Those 18 co-defendants along with Donald Trump, making it 19. Trump down in Georgia, turning that mugshot into a record-breaking fundraising haul. According to Politico, Trump's campaign claims to have had its best day of fundraising yet, pulling nearly $4.2 million on Friday night alone, making it the single highest 24-hour period of his campaign to date. Fundraising totaled $7.1 million in the 48 hours since his mugshot was released. Much of that fundraising comes from merchandise, T-shirts, posters, bumper stickers, coolers, ranging from $12 to $40 on that website. You see some of it there. The campaign also has been peppering online donors with emails and text messages. Trump's campaign says it has raised nearly $20 million in the last 3 weeks. That figure is more than half of what Trump raised during his first 7 months in the 2024 race. So we kind of expected this, Jonathan Lemire, that Donald Trump was going to make a virtue and, yes, a T-shirt of his mugshot, had it pushed out almost immediately in a fundraising email on Thursday night. The question is, yes, it's exciting, and yes, it raises a bunch of money for your base supporters who do view you as a martyr and a victim who's being prosecuted by Joe Biden. That's not the way this works, of course, but that's the tale he's telling them. The question is, does it help him beyond that? He does have to win, if he gets through this primary, a general election. Does a mugshot do all these cases against him, as he believes, help him?
Yeah, there was speculation when he was first indicted in New York back in April when we thought there might be a mugshot. There was a race to say, well, Trump's going to monetize that. And of course, no mugshot was taken there or in the federal cases. But now that we've got one in Georgia, they didn't waste any time. And we should know that's a lot of money. You're right. You can get it on coffee mugs or T-shirts. I even saw some footage over the weekend about people getting it as tattoos, although I don't think Trump makes any money off of that. It seems like it would be deeply painful. But let's remember, of course, a lot of the money that Donald Trump's raising has to go to his legal bills. So it's not all going to be spent on his campaign. And this is something that, as you say, Willie, it's one thing to give him some energy in a primary, very different in a general election. And Ken, on the subject of Georgia, one thing that struck me is this idea of some members who are indicted along with Trump want these speedy trials. Explain to us what that means. And if they're granted them, the Sidney Powells and others who have asked for them, what could that mean for the timing for Trump's own case?
It's so interesting, Jonathan. So Kenneth Chesebro, the alleged architect of the false elector scheme, and Sidney Powell, the lawyer who was pursuing wackiest allegations of fraud, completely bogus, have both asked for a speedy trial. And in Cheesebro's case, the judge has granted his request and set a trial date for October. At the same time, Donald Trump's lawyer is saying that he wants a delay and that he is going to pursue a motion to sever Donald Trump from the rest of the defendants, or at least any defendant that wants a speedy trial, because Trump doesn't want one. Because as we know, Donald Trump's penultimate strategy in all of these cases is to delay and hope that he gets elected president, in which case the Justice Department may decide that this Georgia case can't go forward against the sitting president. So that's where it stands. It'll be interesting to see whether any of these defendants actually get what they want and get a trial as soon as this fall. It's hard to imagine something happening in October, but it could happen rather quickly. But Donald Trump will not be among those people who are seeking that speedy trial. Jonathan.
Okay, let's go back over to our flagpole and get the next thing. Okay, for some reason this is not working. Try refreshing the tab again. Let's see. Oh, we had that. Oh, just a sec. I need to step away for a sec. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I had what I guess say clean up on aisle 5. So not something that needed to be attended to quickly. Okay, let's see. Where's my playlist? And how much time do I have left now after having to run away unexpectedly? Okay. I'm gonna sneeze. Gonna sneeze. Okay, we've got about 6 minutes left. So what do we have in 6-minute range? Oops. Stop it. No. The Petherix video posted a few minutes ago. Mysterious bones at the convent. Sounds interesting. It's probably going to prove to be animal bones. Oh, here we go. This is what I was trying to find. Oh, is this our judge from the Murdaugh trial? And it looks like it just barely started. It's only 2 minutes in. See you later, not.
What time tomorrow do they need to come in? Opinions.
So I'll be here when you tell me to, but it's convenient. Are you staying here or are you traveling?
I'm staying here.
I'm traveling, but I can make it one way or the other. 9:30? Okay. I'm traveling a little bit discretion. Yeah, we'll be.
No, we want them. I'm talking about the jury panel. We're about through with your motions.
I don't have another pre-trial. I do.
Well, my question is, what time should the jury come back tomorrow? In your
We'll
opinion.
be ready to go when they get there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sounds like they haven't actually started with the jury yet. They've been doing motions.
So do they have this elevator fixed or do they have to come to the courtroom? So they'll know to come back. They have to come to the courtroom. so maybe we get early in the week.
What's the name of this judge? He's the judge we had in the Murdaugh trial.
All right, welcome back. We still need to deal with some matters before presenting anything to you, so we're going to let you all go for the day as opposed to holding you back there. We need you to return at 9:30 tomorrow morning. And again, once again, please do not discuss the case. Do not view any news media concerning the case. Do not go on Facebook or Twitter or any other social media site to try to find out something about the case. You're not supposed to be exposed to any information about the case other than that which you receive here in the courtroom. And it's very important that you follow those instructions. And so we'll see you back in the morning. I know that inquiring minds would love to know you to come and tell them about that case you've been picked on. You're not to discuss the case with anyone. Not let anyone talk you into saying anything about this case. So we'll see you all in the morning at what time? 9:30. All right. Have a good evening.
Judge Newman. Okay. Well, that was really short and sweet.
And we'll leave
Hmm. Well, we should be going back to the courtroom in Iowa here soon. Oh, looks like they're going to be doing some more court business, but 5 minutes we should probably be into what they're going to do with the defense. Let's see, the state is expected to rest their case. So this looks interesting.
Cool. Great artwork.
We can throw that shit and throw it off the fucking road, start driving through, and
We just get enough people, we'll just drag the trailer out of the way and we'll just like.
let's do it. Obviously, you know you need to throw it.
Okay, we've got some radio. Let's go past that.
Fucking over 50,000 people. We could do better with what? Everything. No, I know that, but what the fuck are you doing? There's a traffic jam 10 miles down there. You guys are out of your fucking mind. People going around of gas, water, like. Yeah, you're telling us. So you know nothing. You know nothing. Like, cool, you're making a fucking stand. We're all trying to go fucking burn. This has been hours and hours of bullshit to get to this fucking point. Oh, good. Well, you should fucking know better than this. What are you fucking doing here? You should fucking know better than this. Ass clown. Bullshit. Like, what are you
Nummer 43.
Okay, I don't know if that's all instrumental.
After
but
arrest and before trial comes jail. Also,
No, because you want what you want.
oh, okay, somehow that got messed up. Let's go back.
Your bed.
No reasonable jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Dinkins committed either of these crimes under either of the theories put forth in count one.
Good try.
Particularly, we assert that there's no reasonable evidence or credible evidence that comes forth that puts Mr. Dinkins as the person who caused the death of Breasia Terrell. There's no person who can identify him as the person who pulled the trigger. There's no evidence that puts him as in possession of any firearm, and certainly no one who, any DNA or any physical evidence or forensic evidence that connects him to the commission of the murder of Breasia Terrell. As to the kidnapping charge, we certainly indicate to the court that no reasonable jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Dinkins committed that crime. Kidnapping requires not only the removal or confinement of an individual, but also requires that it be done so with a specific intent. That specific intent must be either to torture, cause serious injury, or commit sexual abuse, or a couple other issues under the statute, which I do not believe are alleged here. Certainly, there's no evidence of sexual abuse in this case. There's no evidence that Mr. Dinkins ever confined Ms. Terrell with the intent at any point to commit serious injury or torture her. Once again, there's no evidence in this case that puts him at the crime scene. There's no evidence that puts him behind the trigger or pulling the trigger. There's no connection to the ammunition, no connection to the gun, no trace evidence, no forensic evidence, no DNA, no blood, no semen, anything that would allow this court, even given all the inferences to the state, that would allow this case to go forward. We believe a judgment of acquittal should be entered just based upon the insufficiency of the evidence at this point, and ask the court to enter judgment of acquittal as to both counts.
Yeah, good luck with that. It's not going to happen.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, when it comes to the state going forward with charges and approving the elements of various offenses that are committed, there are two different types of evidence that the state can introduce. The state can prove an individual's involvement in the commission of a crime through direct evidence. The state can prove the individual's involvement in the commission of the crimes through circumstantial evidence. When we look at the facts and circumstances of this particular case, we have a mix of both. Primarily, I would say that the majority of the evidence is circumstantial evidence, and what you do is you look at a proof of chain of facts to determine whether or not the individual has committed the crimes that they've been charged with. In this particular case, we all recognize that Mr. Dinkins has been charged with the crime of murder in the first degree. He's also been charged with the crime of kidnapping in the first degree. And so essentially, relative to the arguments that have been raised by counsel, it requires us to walk through that entire chain of events to establish Mr. Dinkins' involvement in the commission of those crimes. But in walking through that entire chain of events, it also identifies him as the individual who's the perpetrator of the crime. And so the state is going to essentially walk through what we have by way of evidence. We know the circumstances under which Breasia Terrell came to be in the company of Henry Dinkins. And that was by virtue of the arrangements that had been made on July 9th between Aisha Langford and Mr. Dinkins, who was to spend time with his son. As a part of those plans, there was no intention on the part of Miss Langford that her daughter were to go. However, the court was able to hear a testimony that was offered through Danita Gardner, and even hear testimony from DL, as well as hearing his statements about how that circumstance came about. And very simply, when Mr. Dinkins arrived at Danita Gardner's apartment to pick up DL, there was the expression of Breasia's interest in going. DL certainly was interested in having her going. DL spoke to this issue in his interview that the grandmother had indicated that she was not to go, but then the evidence also established that Mr. Dinkins was more than willing to have Breasia come along, but denied the older child, CS, the ability to go. Now, I think that that really speaks a lot to Mr. Dinkins' state of mind. And here's to go along, but then you say to CS that he's not allowed to go along because there's not enough room in the car, and the vehicle that he was operating was the black Dodge Charger, which had a front passenger seat compartment as well as a rear passenger seat compartment, and CS was not allowed to come along. So right there, that's a point of interest to the state. And the state does think that there is significant evidentiary value to that. And then when you start your evaluation at that point in time and you move along the chain of events, there are more circumstances that really speak to Mr. Dinkins' state of mind as it relates to Breasia Terrell. And the state's going to be just very direct about it. The state asserts that Mr. Dinkins had the intent to sexually abuse Breasia Terrell, and that's what's happened. The scenario that arose is that we did not recover her body for a period of 6 months. And so by the time that we did recover her body had decomposed, and we don't have the preservation of DNA, but there's other evidence that speaks to what happened to that child after Mr. Dinkins left the apartment during the early morning hours of July 10th. And I will get to that as I go through and I discuss the facts of this case. So then the state would then direct the court's attention to the events that played out during the evening of July 9th up to the children's bedtime. And one of the things that DL talked about, and also one of the things that Andrea Culberson talked about, while Mr. Dinkins was supposed to be spending time with his son was in the living room playing a video game, and Mr. Dinkins was spending time in the bedroom with Breasia. Why the interest in Breasia when you have your child there and you are supposed to be spending time with your child, and working on that relationship that you have? Andrea Culberson also spoke to that particular issue. She talked about how Breasia had been in the bedroom. That's where she had her workstation. How Breasia had shown a real interest in learning the work that Andrea Culberson does with AT&T. And so they are there in the bedroom. Mr. Dinkins is there in the bedroom. And Ms. Culberson describes how he, she, and Breasia are playing video games together. Ms. Culberson describes how DL is out in the living room by himself playing a video game. That right there, I think, is very, very significant. But because what would any parent do? Any parent, if they have an opportunity to spend time with their child, they're going to take advantage of that. He was not taking advantage of that. Instead, his focus was on Breasia, and that's where he spent his time that evening. Now, the next circumstance that is very significant to the state is this. Recognizing that the plans were not for Breasia to go and spend the night with Henry Dinkins at his and Andrea Culberson's apartment, arrangements had to be made for clothing to be brought for the children. So Aisha, after she got off work, she went back to her mother's. She personally selected clothing items that were packaged up or bagged up, if you will, and drove those over to the apartment complex to drop off for the children to wear. So she is going to be uniquely aware with what clothing items would be Breasia's. And speaking to that very topic, if you stop and consider Mr. Dinkins' state of mind and what his intent was relative to Breasia, there is a reason why you would not want that child to be dressed in clothing that her mother brought over to the apartment. Because if your intention is to sexually abuse that child and kill that child, that clothing is a very simple way to be able to identify that child. So therefore, when the children take their baths, Mr. Dinkins is the individual who decides what clothing is going to be worn to bed, and the article of clothing that was chosen to be worn were his large white t-shirts. These white t-shirts are very common articles of clothing. Men wear those all the time. They wear those as just a normal shirt. They wear that as an article of clothing under dress shirts. And so both children were dressed in these white t-shirts, and that is how Breasia went to bed. Now, as far as the sequence of events, this is what we know. Andrea Culberson and DL confirms this. Breasia was the first individual to go to bed. Andrea Culberson describes that Breasia, when she laid down in the bedroom, she laid down along what would be the right side of the bed or on the portion of the bed that would be closest to Mr. Dinkins' closet. She went to sleep there on the air mattress. She recalls hearing Mr. Dinkins telling DL that he had until 12:15, and at that point in time, he was going to put his video game aside and he was going to go to bed. Now, DL brings something up in his testimony that really speaks to Mr. Dinkins' state of mind, and that was the discussion that the child had here in court, where he talked about feeling very uncomfortable with his father. He described how his father, who was sitting in the living room, was sitting on a chair, and he noticed his father looking into the bedroom where he and Breasia were at. For an 8-year-old child to take that circumstance, process it, and its significance to that child really states a lot, particularly when we know that Breasia was taken out of that apartment. So Andrea Culberson goes down. After Breasia, DL places himself as the fourth person to go to sleep. He indicates that his father was snoring, but then at some point in the night, that child is kicked very, very hard. And he was asked specifically during his direct examination when he described feeling his sister kick him and kind of waking up, but not really waking up, whether or not that would just be that circumstance where if you go down and you're sleeping with your sibling and you have a sibling who tosses back and forth throughout the course of the night, and maybe the child, is flailing around and touches, her brother. DL described this as being different, and DL indicated that he was kicked and it hurt. And then one of the things that came out through his recorded interviews that we got to see, the state would note it's 3 years later, and at 11, he doesn't recall this during his direct examination on the stand, but he describes noting that his sister isn't there in the bed. He peeks out the door and he sees his father walking down the stairs with Breasia, and he's talking to Breasia about vehicles. An interesting point that child brings up, because then if you reflect back to testimony that was offered by Aisha Langford and whether or not Mr. Dinkins was actively involved in his son's life and was a regular figure in his son's life, she indicated that whenever he got a new vehicle or a new girlfriend, he would come around. The state finds that very significant that this 8-year-old child is indicating that his father is having a conversation with Breasia about vehicles. And of course, we've got the black Dodge Charger outside that has those very significant, what do I want to call, emblems on them. And then we've got the maroon Chevy Impala. At 3 o'clock then, and we cannot determine the sequencing of events relative to DL feeling his sister kicking him and noting that Mr. Dinkins and Breasia was going down the stairs. But I think from the testimony that is offered by Andrea, it's clear that that event happened before Miss Culberson woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to the bathroom. The courts had the ability to be able to look at the photographs and the layout of the apartment. The court certainly understands that that apartment is very, very small. And when she walks into that bedroom, which she has to enter in order to go into the bathroom, she notices that Breasia is not located on the bed or in the area where she saw that child sleeping when she fell asleep, but Detorius, or DL, I'm sorry, is still there at the foot of the bed. She's concerned. As she puts her glasses on to make sure that she's accurately seeing what it is that she believes she's seeing, and she testified that Breasia was not there. What's very significant is her testimony about how she was feeling. And Ms. Culberson made it very clear that she was not feeling good about this circumstance at all. Mr. Dinkins is gone, Breasia is gone. Mr. Dinkins is not the biological father of Breasia Terrell. He is only the biological father of DL. It's interesting that he leaves the apartment with Breasia, a young female child, but he doesn't leave the apartment with his own biological son. Ms. Culberson was not awakened by Mr. Dinkins to indicate that maybe the child was upset and scared and wanted to go home, so he was going to take Breasia back to her mother. There was no communication whatsoever. Aisha Langford also spoke to that issue. She never got a telephone call from Mr. Dinkins to indicate that there were any issues at all. And so there is nothing by way of what played out that night that would offer a reasonable explanation as to why an adult non-father figure would take a female child out of that apartment. And he left with that child. Ms. Culberson then describes how she's not feeling good and how she sits up in the dark. And that as she's sitting up in the dark, she's told you she's tried to call Mr. Dinkins. His phone is there. There's evidence to suggest that maybe the phone was out of power. But at any rate, the phone was not there. She's not able to communicate with him. While she's sitting there in the dark, she describes how Mr. Dinkins very quietly unlocks the door and then very quietly is coming up the stairs, which to her was extremely suspicious. He comes up, he goes directly into the bedroom, he goes to his closet, and the state asserts that this is the point in time where Mr. Dinkins is getting a gun out of his closet because he has the intention of killing Breasia. And I'm going to speak to that topic here in a minute. But he gets into the closet. He takes an item out of the closet that she's not able to see, that he secretes on his person. If this is an item that is of no suspicious, has no suspicious nature, why would you need to hide that item on your person so that your significant other couldn't see it? And then she describes going to that bedroom window where she sees Breasia standing on the passenger side of that maroon Chevy Impala. And then Mr. Dinkins leaves. When she goes back to the window, that maroon Chevy Impala is gone. Mr. Dinkins is gone. Breasia is gone. Andrea Culberson, during her direct examination, was specifically asked, when she looked out onto that parking lot, is there a possibility that somebody else could have taken that child? And she indicated that there was no activity going on out there in the parking lot. There was no one around. The only individual that was out in that parking lot was Breasia Terrell standing by the passenger side of the vehicle. And as soon as Mr. Dinkins leaves, car's gone, Breasia's gone, and he is gone. Now, I want to step outside of that because we know by virtue of the investigation that was conducted that there was a significant amount of video surveillance footage that really told the events as to what was happening before that 3 o'clock and then again that 3:30 time frame. When we look at the time frame between 2 and 3 a.m., there is significant activity down there in the area of Schmidt Road. Mr. Dinkins has an RV that's being stored at Devon Self-Storage. This is a location where people can store vehicles. This is an RV that cannot be used for living purposes. There was a photograph that was introduced where you saw that there was no food items in that particular refrigerator. Through cross-examination of one witness by defense counsel, it was established that this vehicle isn't hooked up to any water. So what would be the reason for Mr. Dinkins going down to that area of town between 2 and 3? And we know that that child, Breasia, is not in that apartment at 3 a.m. That RV is in an area of town that's industrial, where there's no activity during that period of time. That RV has living quarters with a bedroom, and what's very significant to the state, which really speaks to what happened between Mr. Dinkins and Breasia, is when you look at that one photograph that was taken by officers of the Davenport Police Department, and you look at that bed, that bottle of cleaning solution that had bleach product in it was sitting on a box right by that bed. Interestingly enough, that's one of the things that DL mentioned during his own direct examination about there being a product in the RV that had Clorox in it. So what do we see happening between 2 and 3? We see that vehicle turning north on Schmidt Road. So coming down River Drive and turning north. With all of us being familiar with Davenport, a very obvious route of travel from that apartment complex would be I-74. You exit down on State Street, which turns into River Drive, and it takes you down to that area of town. So you would be driving west on River Drive. Then to access that RV, you would turn north up Schmidt Road. We know that vehicle went to the RV because then at the point that that vehicle is departing that RV, at Devon Self-Storage with that video surveillance camera being motion activated, a passenger style vehicle, we can't make out the description, but in the area of the RV is leaving that lot, and then we have that vehicle going back south towards Schmidt Road. Now, we have that happening twice. And when you stop and consider the time element, there was, and I'm not sure about this, but I'm going to throw this out, I think between a total of 32 to 36 minutes that would show that vehicle north at Schmidt Road. And then when it's triggered as leaving the RV, we've got a time frame of about 32 to 36 minutes. When you look at the chain of events, it's clear that Mr. Dinkins has Breasia Terrell. There is no reason why Mr. Dinkins would be taking that child down to that RV. And it's the state's position that that child was sexually abused at the RV. And the facts and circumstances speak to that. And when I talk about Clinton, I think that that makes that very clear. Now let's go back and let's stop and consider the testimony that was offered by Aisha Langford. Aisha Langford was asked to describe Breasia and her personality. And the one thing that she said about her child was she was a truth teller. And her grandmother also described her as being a tattletale. If her brothers were doing something wrong, she was going to be a child who was going to tell the truth. And the state asserts that Mr. Dinkins underestimated this child and realized that this child was not going to keep what happened between them a secret. And so therefore, that being said, he had to murder that child so nobody would know that he sexually abused that child. So let's go ahead and let's finish that out. We know then after they have left the apartment at 3:30, we have got activity at the Quick Shop. At the Quick Shop, we know that he purchased a full tank of gas, which is needed if you're going to be traveling to Clinton County and back. That full tank of gas is significant. The court got to see the video with him going into the store, and one of the things that the officers noted was the significant number of times he kept looking out toward that vehicle, which had those dark tinted windows. Now, it wasn't a question of whether or not he had concerns about somebody coming and taking that vehicle, because we saw the lanyard with his keys on it when he went into the business. And he kept looking out toward that vehicle, toward that vehicle, toward that vehicle. And then when he went out and he pumped gas, he got back into the vehicle. The state's assertion is he got back into the vehicle because he needed to exercise some control over over that child who was inside that vehicle. Then as soon as he's finished pumping gas, he leaves and he heads back east on 53rd. Of other significant value is the way that he's dressed. He's got those gold tennis shoes on. He's got those very distinct shorts that are white that has kind of those blue overlays and pink overlays. And he's got that white t-shirt underneath it's an under t-shirt. You know, it's often called a wife's beater. That's the term, a common term that we hear it called or described as. So he's got that clothing on, and then in doing the time extrapolation, if it left at 3:38, and that was the time, recognizing that that video timer was off by 2 minutes, in doing time calculations, there was a sedan that would have passed mile marker 124 at 3:44, and then again at 3:45. All right, so you take those variables, then we've got Mr. Brink's cell phone hitting off of a cell phone tower in the area of Kunow Implement at 4:27 a.m. This is where the identification occurs, which identifies Mr. Dinkins very clearly as being responsible for having murdered Breasia Terrell. The court has had a significant amount of testimony about the area where her body was found. And the nature of the surface of the roadway there on 270th Avenue. There's been a lot of discussion about that incline down into the area where the pond is at and where her body was found. And the fishermen said that, you know, they wouldn't even take their trucks down there for fear of being stuck, but certainly not a sedan. We've heard testimony from Special Agent McMillan, who described that vehicle being, I guess, physically positioned perpendicular over 270th Avenue, with the rear wheels being off the roadway. And the court understands through testimony that there's not a nice shoulder there. It's just a steep grade over the edge of that roadway. Now, from Mr. Brink's testimony, he described how there was a black man out on the highway that he described as being more muscularly built. He described the individual as having a black top on at that point in time. Of course, when he was able to see the rear of Mr. Dinkins from a photograph that was shown to him from the quick shop, when he's got that t-shirt on, I mean, obviously you can see more about his build, but with a black shirt on, he described this individual as being, you know, more muscularly built. That is very consistent with Mr. Dinkins. He's a black male, muscularly built. He was described as having jewelry on. That's one of the things that DL talked about in his interview, that his father had on jewelry that morning when he picked him up. He described him as having on a black cap. That's exactly what DL said. He said his father had on a scarf, a do-rag that had a cap on it. And then when Mr. Brink took the black gentleman over by the ear of the car, it was that maroon Chevy Impala, and he described very specifically that white aux cord in the vehicle, with that vehicle being very clean. That's exactly how that Impala was when law enforcement seized it, and the court had the ability to be able to see that in photographs. But in addition to that, he described him as having a mole on the right side of his nose, and then the court was shown that photograph from the notices that the Davenport Police Department was putting out that showed that mole. Mr. Dinkins, there's no question, he's the individual that transported Breasia out there, and that her little body was disposed out there. And the court knows that she was shot through the left mandible and traveled through the C3, C4, and then out through the back of her head, because we've got that one bullet stuck in her hair. And then she was shot twice in the back in the area of her shoulder blade. And all of those injuries were significant as cause of death. And that's one of the things that Dr. Cruz testified to, that this child died of gunshot wounds, and that the manner of death was homicide. So now, let's go ahead and let's speak to this particular issue. The issue of covering up the crime. There's been testimony offered that bleach kills DNA. The court knows that sperm obviously is a source for an individual's DNA. If you apply bleach to an area that there would be human DNA, you have the ability to destroy that. Also, the evidence that bleach facilitates the decomposition of a human body, but you talk about a human body being disposed outdoors in the middle of summer, that decomposition is going to start to happen very quickly. And that's something that Dr. Heather Garvin testified to. When Mr. Dinkins went back and picked up his son, he went to Clinton, and that speaks volumes about who's responsible for the death of the child, because he went and he purchased Clorox. He could go right around the corner from where he lives to purchase Clorox. But then that child talked about his father having gone to 2 wooded areas by bodies of water. We have that out there in the area of Kunow Implement. We have that in the area of Credit Island. The child described his father having a large blade that he picked out as being a machete when shown a photograph by Detective Hammas, and that his father had used Clorox because he knew that due to the odor of it, and how his father had gone down into the wooded area and had come back. The court had the opportunity to see the shorts. They were held up here in court. With this lighting, it wasn't as easy to see, but when the court saw the photograph that was taken by the state medical examiner's office, you could clearly see that there was discoloration in that fabric of the shorts. Also, that's something that Brandon Stepansky testified to from the DCI, because he described that there were areas on the t-shirt itself that was recovered from the remains that showed discoloration. And what's very, I think, significant is this. Mr. Dinkins purchased that bleach for a reason. He purchased it because he had the intention of destroying any evidence that would link him to the crime. The fact that when he was forced to take that cell phone, when he picked up DL and he pulled the battery out of that cell phone so that his location could not be pinged, but for the child putting that battery back in the cell phone, which gave us that vital information, and then we were able to make the connect up there with Kunow Implement and his path of travel, which then I think goes to the time element that was talked about by Detective Obert, when he indicated that travel time going from mile marker 124 to Posh Farms, which would be the first video surveillance camera that would pick up his traveling in, to Clinton would be 22 minutes. On the ride in, it was 32 minutes. On the ride back, it was 37 minutes, all very significant, because that additional 15 minutes gives him the ability to drive that additional 5 miles, go up, pour that Clorox on that body to try and destroy any evidence that would connect him from the scene. And then when we go back to the issue of Mr. Stepansky's testimony, while he cannot come out and conclusively say that there was Clorox on the t-shirt, here's the thing that he did identify. Clorox has certain elements. 4 elements that you find in Clorox or bleach were 4 elements that were identified as being in those fabric cuttings. Bleach is a basic, and it would have a pH of 10. When they applied water to that cloth to try and pull what there would be in that fabric, and they tested its pH was 7. But he also indicated that water's going to dilute the pH. And then when he performed the color test, if it's bleach, it will be a darker blue. But then again, he said the color test was a light blue, but bearing in mind that water had been applied to that fabric. So while Mr. Dinkins has the advantage of the passage of time with her body and clothing being subjected to the elements, the point being, there is that evidence there that goes to show that he did pour bleach on that clothing. And then the thing that is just the real clincher to it all, the court heard all that evidence about canvassing. You know that we collected soil samples down on River Drive. It was not a conclusive match to the soil samples taken from underneath the undercarriage of that vehicle. We know he was out at, on Highway 30. They took soil samples there, no match there. But then of the 4 soil samples that were collected from the undercarriage, 1 was up toward the driver's side. That was not an inclusive finding, but the 3 from the rear were inclusive finding relative to 3 of the 10 samples collected in the area off the side of the road. And with those GPS identifiers, that is consistent with the area where Jared Brinks indicated that he pulled Mr. Dinkins off the roadway. So when you go through that, Your Honor, the question is there sufficient evidence to establish that the defendant caused the death of Breasia Terrell? Absolutely. Is there sufficient evidence to establish that he was responsible for possessing a firearm and pulling a trigger? Well, we know what the bullets were that were recovered from the remains. They were .38 calibers. What do we have in the pond? We have a .38 caliber. And while the bullets had been subjected to elements and there was some damage, there were still characteristics that are consistent with .38 caliber bullets, and as having been ammunition that could be fired from the type of revolver that was taken from that pond. And then when you just stop and you consider just all of those circumstances, number one, did Mr. Dinkins shoot Breasia Terrell? The circumstantial and direct evidence suggests that. Did she die as a result of being shot? Absolutely. Did Mr. Dinkins act with malice aforethought? Absolutely. Did he act willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with a specific intent to kill Breasia? Absolutely. Was he participating in the offense of kidnapping? Absolutely. And then when we go to the elements of kidnapping in the first degree, did he confine or remove Breasia? He certainly did. He removed that child from apartment 8 in the middle of the night without notifying anybody. Did he do it with a specific intent to inflict serious injury? The child was killed. Did he do it with the specific intent to sexually abuse the child? And the state argues that all these facts and circumstances establish what his intent was. Or did he secretly confine Breasia Terrell? Well, she was confined. The state asserts that she was confined for the purpose of sexually abused, but then she was murdered to keep this child from talking. And then as a result of her confinement or removal, did she suffer serious injury, or was she intentionally subjected to torture, or was she sexually abused? Absolutely. And did he have the consent or authority of Aisha Langford? Absolutely not. Or even if we were going to extend that to a child of 10, I don't believe any child is going to say that this is okay. So for those reasons, Your Honor, the state would ask the court to deny the motion for directed verdict of acquittal.
Anything further, Mr. Freeze? The court, after considering the arguments and motion made by the defense, determines that the court must deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. The court does find that there are sufficient evidence for the court to consider a verdict in this case in consideration of both counts, specifically for many of the reasons stated by the state. Therefore, the motion is denied. Mr. Freeze, do you wish to make any record as to your client's? Are you going to present any evidence, or what's the situation with the defense?
Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Dinkins, we have consulted. Mr. Dinkins is electing to stand on his presumption of innocence, number one, and not testify. So he's going to exercise his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. So with that, the defendant is going to rest his case and present no evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Do you wish to have colloquy with your client to establish that that is his decision, or do you wish me to question him?
I wish you would.
Okay. Mr. Dinkins? Mr. Dinkins, you've heard the statement made by your attorney. You understand you are not required to testify in your own defense. Do you understand that, sir? Yes, sir. But you truly have the opportunity, if you desire to testify in the course of the trial in your own defense. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And no one can force you to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And do you need any further time to discuss this matter with your attorneys?
No, I don't, sir.
And after that discussion, you've made a knowing and voluntary election not to testify. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Freeze, do you think there's any further colloquy that needs to be had?
I would simply say that I've had a number of conversations with Mr. Dinkins, both last week and again today. And it's been a full, complete, and fair discussion. So I think his decision is well grounded.
Thank you. The court makes a finding that Mr. Dinkins has made a knowing and voluntary election not to testify. And as the defense has rested at this time, I would entertain closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I think he said 9 o'clock. Yeah, so I forgot about closing arguments. Yeah, that would put it into tomorrow. So I expect we'll have a short day. You know, the judge might deliberate for as long as an hour, in my opinion. I think, you know, it's not like a jury because, you know, he knows the law and he's heard everything, and, you know, it's a lot simpler and shorter process. You know, you only have to have one person say. Okay, well, interesting. I guess we will wrap this up tomorrow, and that would be great because I need to work on document for the court on the eviction case. I've been bad in not getting to that. You know, and listening to the summary, you know, from the judge. Yeah, it's getting to be late night, or well, not late night, but it's getting to be bedtime over there across the pond. And for anybody else who happens to be here, please come back tomorrow so that we can see the conclusion of this trial. Everybody thought that when they put DL on the stand that that was game over, but I think that they showed a lot of the stuff and corroborated some of the stuff that he said, and so yes, so hopefully we you know, not might hear about it on the news, and so we'll know that it's going to be closing arguments. And we haven't had JoJo today. Hopefully she'll be on and can see the end too. So interesting. I'm hyped for tomorrow. Let's do this. Okay, well, I'll bid you good night across the pond, and good afternoon for everybody who is stateside. And we'll see you in the morning. Bye-bye.